Good afternoon. Oh no, it's morning. We're normally here in the afternoon. Good morning. Today is February 10th. Welcome to the bill hearings for the Ways and Means Committee. We have Delegate Edelson come on up for House Bill 399 that we will take first. Do you have anyone with you? Yep.
Yes, can I bring them with me?
Yep.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mark Edelson, here for House Bill 399. I didn't suspect that an Orioles raffle bill would get us so much fanfare behind us, but there must be something else going on today. That's right, I appreciate that. That's what happens when I come to Ways and Means, right? It's great to see you all. This is a hyper-local bill for Baltimore City. You should have a letter reflecting the unanimous vote to the Baltimore City House delegation in support of this bill. What we're looking to do here is allow the Baltimore Orioles to conduct 50-50 raffles at the stadium and in the city for home games. Recall that a 50-50 raffle is essentially you buy a ticket, 50% of it goes to the prize pool, 50% of it goes to the charitable organization conducting the raffle. This is done by every Major League Baseball team in the league, and the O's unfortunately were a little slow to catch up to this, but that's great because we're here now. And so what we're doing here is allowing them to do it at all 81 home games in the season. Currently, you can conduct these raffles, but the limit is 12. It's set in state statute. And so what we're looking to do is increase that limit from 12 to 81. It's very specific, as the bill is written, that it's only going to apply to the Baltimore Orioles at home games. It'll allow people to purchase the raffle tickets on their phone, enjoy the experience and put a whole lot of money into our charitable organizations that we desperately need. So that really is the bill in a nutshell. I'll turn it over to my panel to testify. Some of us are just here to answer questions. We want to try to be quick and smooth and let you get on with your day.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Jack Mitchell. I live in the 40th District of Baltimore City in the neighborhood of Bolton Hill. I'm currently a senior at Tufts University, and I additionally serve as a senior leadership team intern for the Baltimore Orioles. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 399. Thank you, Delegate Edelson, for introducing this important piece of legislation. House Bill 399 serves as a great importance, not only to the Baltimore Orioles, but even more to the people of Baltimore City. This bill aims to serve the Baltimore community through charitable giving and an investment in community work throughout the city. This bill will grant the Baltimore Orioles a permit to operate a 50-50 raffle within Camden Yards for every home game during the season. The 50-50 raffle will give fans the ability to donate to the foundation and enter a chance to win the raffle, allowing the Baltimore Orioles Foundation to do more within our communities. House Bill 399 would amend the statute, allowing the Baltimore Orioles to conduct 50-50 raffles for every home game and allow fans who are located within the city of Baltimore to participate in these 50-50 raffles on game days. It'd be 1 hour before the game starts all the way through the 7th inning. My delegates and your colleagues, Delegates Ampray, Conway, and Wells, have had the opportunity to see our work firsthand at Harlem Park Elementary Middle School. For those of you who don't know, we've invested in that community through multiple events such as book donations, classroom setups, food drives, clothing donations, etc. I invite all committee members to come to see our work within the region. Having the opportunity to serve the community through the Baltimore Orioles Foundation has been very rewarding. As a resident and lifelong Baltimorean, I have firsthand experience of people's days and lives changed through our impact at the Orioles. Furthermore, I've witnessed the impact of organizations like Elevate, College Bound, the American Red Cross, and many more that can have on the Baltimore community. Having witnessed the evidence as to what we've done in Harlem Park alone, House Bill 399 allows us to cast an even wider net throughout various parts of the city, allowing us to invest more into the diverse communities that surround Camden Yards. On behalf of the Orioles and the City of Baltimore, I urge for a favorable report of House Bill 399. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm Lisa Harris-Jones. I'm here on behalf of the Orioles. I'm looking for a favorable report. This is a priority bill for the City of Baltimore. They've said it all. I'm just here to answer questions.
Good morning. Nina Themelis, Director of Government Affairs for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, just here in support and to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The last two individuals, I appreciate your brevity. Thank you very much. We do have a question. Delegate Ebersol.
Goes, so it goes. First of all, I recognize the last name Mitchell. Do you have a pedigree in the House of Delegates, sir?
I do. Mr. Mitchell is my dad.
Thank you, yay. I do have a question. You said that you're limited to 12 a year. Every game I've gone to, I've been offered a 50-50 raffle. Am I just hitting the money? Should I play the lottery? Because it seems like every time I go, there's a 50-50 raffle offered at the game. And I buy thousands of tickets, I want you to know, every single time. But I'm curious.
Sure. So the way that it works, if the Orioles partner with another charitable organization, that charitable organization is only allowed 12 raffles a year. So either you are having luck and you're one of the 12, or you are lucky that they have teamed up with a different charitable organization that they're using up one of the 12 that organization is allowed for the year.
So each charitable organization could have 12, but this way it would free you up to have one charitable organization have more than a dozen.
So we carved out a section of the law where there's one specific permit for a Major League Baseball team that's playing. It has to be in Baltimore City, the Orioles. And so it'll be a blanket permit for the full season.
Okay, thanks. I have all the luck in being there when they're offering them. I don't have any luck in winning them, but I have all the
Well, that's because they know you're coming. That's why they
That's
offer
right.
them every time you're there.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Oh, Delegate Long was slow on the draw. Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I had is, this raffle money would go completely to the ballpark, or would go to the redevelopment of the area surrounding the park?
No, it only goes to the Baltimore Orioles Foundation, which is the 501c3 nonprofit that works with other nonprofits in the city and the surrounding area. So this is only nonprofit money that goes to charitable organizations. It doesn't go to any of the services like in and around the ballpark itself. This is just charitable giving.
Okay, thank you.
So we, understanding who your dad is, and you are still in school, didn't give you a proper welcome, so welcome to Ways and Means.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming here. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 399. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
House Bill 17 is my bill. I will present the bill and answer any questions you may have, and then there will be panels after.
Whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning, committee. I am Delegate Vanessa Atterbury, and I'm here to ask for your favorable report on House Bill 17. I think a lot of you will recognize this piece of legislation as it is not how it was introduced last session, but it is how it passed out of the House, 92 to 43 on third reader, so I thank you for that. And it passed out of this committee 15 to 7. And I say that to say that a lot of you, if not everyone, except there was one member who was not here at that time. You were in a different committee. But everyone had their hands in this piece of legislation. And we all worked on this as a committee, and I took everybody's concerns very seriously. And so the bill should be very familiar to all of you. So I do want to just circle back to last session and reiterate that I didn't put this bill in because I gamble. I do not gamble. I do not go to casinos unless, there is a show. I think the last show I saw was Tommy Davidson, maybe Salt and Pepper, but that's the only time I go to a casino. But I put this bill in for the following reasons. One, to capture the already existing illegal online gaming market in the state of Maryland that is operating to the tune of $7 billion annually. $7 billion annually. to regulate that illegal market, to create the best legal framework to include a diverse set of applicants and awardees, and to protect our in-state workforce and casinos that currently contribute significantly to our education trust fund, to ensure that we improve our assistance from problem gamblers, and to create additional revenue soon so that we can continue our commitment to the blueprint. And if everyone hasn't heard, we have a $3 billion deficit. So I'm going to jump ahead and kind of do an outline of the bill. But before I do that, I do want to reiterate my commitment to the blueprint. Chair Barnes is an appropriations commitment to the blueprint, and we are not going to walk away from that commitment. It's the job of this committee to look at all revenue options seriously, all viable revenue options, and given our deficit outlook for the very near future, I think this is a very viable option this year for the Senate and also for the governor. This is also a viable option this year and something this committee should take seriously because of the robust protections for problem gaming that are in this bill. I believe it's 3 or 4 pages long, specifically dedicated to at-risk individuals. So currently, there are no protections for underage folks who can go online and gamble, for problem gamblers. There are no protections because there is no law currently. So we know that our neighbors, earlier we had a briefing by the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Commission. We know that all of our neighbors, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Delaware, DC, and Virginia all have online platforms. There are about 8 states right now, I think it's 8, that have iGaming, and currently there are about a dozen states that are considering iGaming legislation, about a dozen states. So at this point, we're not being left behind, we are behind, quite frankly. So an outline of the bill, it is a robust bill, so I'm not gonna go everything, I'm gonna try to hit the highlights. There is referendum language in the bill. I just will say that that may or may not be necessary. We are actually taking a look at that language, and it may not need to go to referendum because the people of Maryland have already spoken. Prior to me being elected, I'm looking around, I think prior to anybody that's on this committee being here, the people of Maryland spoke via referendum and said, yes, we want gaming, and ever since then, we have had gaming. So it is possible that we do not need a referendum. And if so, and we move this year, we could begin to get money immediately through fees, and then once the platforms are up and running. You all know that the State Lottery and Gaming Control Commission would regulate the industry. Diversity, I'm going to talk about diversity, which is incredibly important to me personally, and I know to members of this committee when we talk about this billion-dollar market that would be created. So it was very important that the legislation promotes implementation of the law in a manner that maximizes the ability of minorities, women, and women-owned businesses to participate in the industry. All licensees under the bill have to demonstrate a 5% ownership by an individual that qualifies as a social equity applicant, which is defined in the bill, I won't go over that, or has a profit-sharing agreement with non-management employees that qualify as social equity applicants. And that is also outlined in the bill. A diversity plan is required to be submitted after 30 days of awarding a license of how an owner would promote diversity among its owners, investors, managers, and its employees. The commission has to take a look at a variety of factors when looking at an application for a licensee. I will point out, I'm not going to go through all of them, I will point out they have to look at a licensee's and applicant's workforce development plan for iGaming employees in the state. They have to look at the applicant's plans for employing individuals in the iGaming economically, there goes my mic, is it back on? There we go. Who reside in certain economically disadvantaged areas and the applicant's responsible gaming programs. The licenses, by right, the way the legislation passed out of the House and the way I'm introducing it now is that the casinos, by right, could have 1 or up to 3 licenses. And certain thresholds and factors have to be met for them to be able to get that second and third license. And if there are any licenses left over, then there will be a competitively awarded license process. And that is all outlined in the legislation as well. The licensee fee would be $1 million, so that is money that could come to the state immediately. We do, in the legislation, provide for a payment plan. And the installments and renewals are every 5 years, 1% of the revenue for the preceding 3 years. Proceed distribution. How is the revenue going to be distributed? So to address possible concerns related to cannibalization and loss of jobs, an amount is hard-coded into the bill set aside for the following. 1, an employee displacement fund of $10 million that has workforce development has to be taken into consideration, and grants given out to any individuals who may possibly have been displaced due to cannibalization. Local jurisdictions will receive an amount, local jurisdictions that currently receive local impact grant, an amount would go to the purse dedication account and the racetrack facility renewal account. 1% to the Commission for Administrative Costs, 1% to the Problem Gaming Fund, and 1% to the local jurisdictions to help them with their blueprint costs, because we all have been hearing that from our local jurisdictions. And then the balance would go to the blueprint. The tax rate was set at 55% or 20% for live dealer games. The legislation talks about, has labor peace language in it, and basically saying that the licensee has to remain neutral on opposing or supporting any selection or deselection of collective bargaining agreements. So I do want to spend a little bit of time on the responsible gaming measures, because this is where I think a lot of the questions came last session, and where a lot of good work went into the legislation based off of, quite frankly, concerns from individual members of this committee. So 1, age verification. Licensees must initially and periodically thereafter verify that the user of the application is the account holder and that they're 21 years or older. They can do this in a variety of ways, and there's written testimony that's been submitted. There was a lot of questions about this last year because I feel like none of us do online gaming, so we did not know. But there are facial recognition, passwords, multi-factor identification, and some other ways that this can be done. And there's some written testimony describing that in your system. Limits on spend was a direct request from members of this committee. So the licensee has to require that an individual set a limit on their spend, and the limit can only be changed periodically. The limit could be daily, weekly, monthly, but once an individual met that limit, they could no longer gamble within that time frame that the limit was set. A ban on credit cards. Members of this committee were very adamant they did not want credit card use, so there's a ban on credit cards. The voluntary exclusion program. The licensee and the commission have to operate a program where an individual can voluntarily exclude themselves from iGaming temporarily or permanently. An individual participating in the program is prohibited in engaging on any iGaming. So last year the question was, well, could you hop to different platforms? And the answer to that is no. Counseling. An individual who participates in the program will be contacted by a counselor unless they opt out of being contacted. So you don't have to opt in, you have to affirmatively opt out. There will be certain disclosure language displayed related to the risk of gambling, and the individual participating on the application has to monthly sign the certification saying that they have reviewed the information related to the risks of gambling. Protection of consumer data. The licensee must use data protection limitations on sharing personally identifiable information, except for when you're talking about problem gaming initiatives. No false or deceptive advertising, that is permitted, is not permitted, and you cannot target individuals, obviously, who are at risk or who have opted out of participating. The Maryland for Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, we beefed up reporting from them to us. We also beefed up reporting. The licensee has to report to the commission on the number of players that have been flagged for erratic or increased gambling behavior, as well as bans based on that behavior, which I would just like to flag. We did that because right now, you cannot track or flag people's behavior that walk into a brick and mortar when we talk about problem gaming, but you can do that on these online platforms. And the commission has to continuously study and annually publish a report on the effects that iGaming has had on any ancillary businesses such as restaurants and bars surrounding the brick and mortar casinos. Again, something that folks were concerned about when we're talking about the possibility of cannibalization. And so the last piece that I will say related to all the work that this committee did when it comes to responsible gaming measures is privacy. So the legislation requires iGaming licensees to protect users' data and prohibits licensees from advertising to at-risk individuals, like I mentioned. So that is not happening right now. Right now, you know, at-risk and minors are being targeted by these new online platform sweepstakes who, you know, have Paris Hilton or some other famous, well, they might be too old for Paris Hilton. That might be more, yeah. So somebody else who they know. And it targets minors and younger individuals. So this is happening now. And I mentioned that because that was something that came up quite a bit last session. So there are a lot of other provisions. I will point out when we talk about live dealer studios, we say that they have to be located in the state of Maryland or the county in which the brick and mortar facility is located. So before I open it up to questions, I mentioned $7 billion per year right now should be a concern to everyone that individuals in our state of Maryland are participating in illegal gaming. And when we had the briefing by the Lottery and Gaming Commission, they shared with us information that the Attorney General actually sent out 11 letters to operators who are some located offshore, some located right here in the United States, to let them know that they are doing this illegally. Shocker, 6 of them sent, I'm surprised 6 even wrote back, but 6 did write back and said, no, we are operating perfectly legally. So right now, we need to have regulations for everyone who's concerned in this room about problem gaming. We need to have regulations that protect minors and that protect at-risk individuals, because it is happening, and it is happening exponentially. Articles are coming out in the Washington Post recently about these sweepstakes that they look like casino games, and you can sit there and just play with your credit card or whatever else. So if we're concerned about that and we really want to protect it, we need to do or protect individuals, we need to do like we did cannabis, where we took the market, we regulated it, we put protections around it the best that we could, and we used the revenues for our state. So with that, I will close, and I'm happy to answer any questions. There are experts behind me who are probably more equipped to answer your specific questions, but I'm happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. First question from Delegate Buckle.
Madam Vice Chair, and thank you. You know, I know that it's a complicated bill. I know you did a lot of work. It is different. There's a lot of things taken into account and into context from last year's conversation. I appreciate that. I might have missed the first 2 or 3 minutes, and I apologize for that. I had to take a work call. Right when I came in, you said something about the potentiality of this maybe not having to be subject to referendum. Did I catch that right? Do we have an Attorney General opinion? Because I think, like you, we've talked about this offline. You know, we didn't create this system that everything in the gaming world has to go to referendum. That's not how most other things work here. And it becomes this weird issue every year of, does that have to go to referendum, or is it not an expansion of commercial gaming, or whatever it is? Do you have any particularized insight? Because obviously it affects the fiscal urgency of it. If it has to go to referendum, we're not going to see any money from this until at least 2027, maybe beyond. If it doesn't have to go to referendum, maybe you see money in 2026 or 2027. Do you have any particularized, like, has the Attorney General weighed in? Or is there any sense of where it would go?
He has not weighed in yet. I suspect that he will while we are still here. But there's precedent that it doesn't have to go to referendum, since we already have casinos here. And if their servers for the online gaming are located in the state where we already have gaming, there's precedent that it does not have to go to referendum.
Would that only, you think, then apply to those, let's just say 6, to those operators, as opposed to, and that kind of dovetails into my other question of, there's the potential in the bill for other licensees beyond the existing 6 VLT operators or a sports wagering operator, there's someone that has one of
Right.
our, however many we were up to now, 12, 13 online sports wagering licenses. Those, if new people got the licenses, would that be an expansion of commercial gaming? Because you're simply, you're giving it to another entity. For example, if you and I wanted to come in tomorrow and create more sports wagering licenses other than what we've created, that might have to go through the process. If we wanted to create another casino, it might have to. So is that part of the consideration?
So it is, and we're still working through the answer to that question. I think, as you know, the casinos could have skins,
Right.
different licenses and different skins, and partner with whomever they would like to. If someone had, I would imagine, if someone had already been approved for a gaming license, they would be able to too, if it wasn't a brick and mortar. But all those issues,
Okay.
we are working through.
That's kind of what I want to try to figure out, who would get the license. I'm looking at page 11, looks like it runs over 11, 12 of the bill. And it talks about the licenses could go to a video lottery operator, the holder of a sports wagering facility license, and then this other category, the applicants. So that would be new. I haven't seen that before. Applicants have to maintain your headquarters in the state for 10 years, you employ 250 people, and you've got a variety of other conditions. So that would be for someone completely different than our existing licensed players in the field.
Unless that applicant had at some point in time been a participant in the gaming space and had been licensed, a shareholder or something like that.
Okay, so somebody that was in, but maybe now is not in, but can
Correct.
still meet those other criteria. And then the other question with that is, do we still have, I'm looking at, now this is over on to page 12, that says the video lottery operator may get an additional internet gaming license. Does that mean that they would have 2 skins if they do the social equity piece?
Where are you?
I'm on, I think it's page 12. Yeah, page 12, paragraph 2, right at the very top, lines 1 through 7. And it doesn't, weirdly enough, my friend, have a 12 on top of it. You have to get, it's between 11 and 13, at least my copy. I was just reading that. Is that the let's just, the casino, I'll just use the casino where I live. Rocky Gap could get 2 licenses, but the second one has to be with the social equity component, or it's that if they get a license, it has to have the social equity joint venture?
So the first license, the brick and mortar casino gets. The second and third licenses are if the casino shows that the second license has 33%
Right.
ownership by
Right,
the social
okay.
equity.
That's how I was reading it. That's for the
Okay.
additional licenses they have to get to buy in. And then my final and last question, I don't mean to belabor that, is the local, I really appreciate including the local grants. It's a big thing, the local impact grants for communities such as mine that have the casinos, that they build that into their budget, that they get a little slice off of the state taxation of the casinos that really helps. So you have that included in here. How does that formula get done? Because now it's like Rocky Gap gets a portion of Rocky Gap's money, and it's a little bit different for the 3 major urban jurisdictions. They have a fairly complicated formula of how they share the monies. How will those local impact grants from these internet things be divvied out to the 6 communities?
So, and this is an offline question that we can circle
Okay.
up with George, but it's my understanding it was, or Mr. Butler, it's my understanding that it was hard-coded in here exactly the same way as it is now, because the thought that some people had was the money that they get through those local impact grants would diminish if there's
Right,
cannibalization.
if there's cannibalization, right.
So it's the same distribution levels
Okay.
and formula.
Okay, and that's something we can figure out through the conversations. I just wanted to see if there was a trigger to that. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I really do appreciate that you took to heart all of our questions and concerns and really tried to address them in this version of the bill. That really means a lot to those of us that had concerns. I just have two kind of quick questions for you. One was where you were talking about targeting at risk. I understand the ones that have on the voluntary exclusion program, not targeting those with either advertisements or any kind of free play, things like that. How are you telling who's at risk with that piece if we're not to not target them?
So I have to see if that is defined in the bill, because I don't know if it's defined in the bill off the top of my head. So I have to look at that.
Okay, or if someone else coming behind you is fine too. And then my other one was, when you're talking about the commission being able to study the impacts about the bars and the casinos and the things around the area of the casino, if there is an adverse impact, then what? Would they provide recommendations? Would, there be a mitigating? Is there a fund for that like the other, or is it just?
They could provide recommendations, and then I imagine we would hear them and maybe possibly take some action. But there's a $10 million fund in here for workforce development of anyone who is possibly displaced. And then there is monies, those local impact grants that Delegate Buckle was just talking about, that would go towards helping that type of situation if the bars and restaurants were being affected that are around the casino.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to fully understand the local impact as it pertains to the blueprint. And am I understanding correctly that the funds that would help the jurisdictions that are with the blueprint, that have the gaming facilities in the jurisdictions, is there a specific percentage or amount, and is it based on anything in terms of, who gets what?
So I think there's two things. So 1% of the revenues would go to the jurisdictions, all local jurisdictions, based on their school-age population that they have there to help them pay for their share of the blueprint. And then there are the local impact grants. And so I'm be honest, how that's calculated is beyond me, but there's already a calculation and we just carried it over in here. So it would be Prince George's, Cecil, where Buckle lives, where Delegate Buckle lives. But everywhere where there's a Baltimore City, where there's a casino would receive that grant. And we can circle up with Mr. Butler.
Okay.
And he can explain that to you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
As she is returning to her seat, we will call up the next panel of witnesses. Michelle McGregor, John Pappas, Alfred Liggins, Daryl Barnes, Teresa Hessler, and we have someone who is online, Rich Taylor, who we can also bring in. And please begin. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Teresa Hessler, and I'm here today on behalf of High Roller Technologies. We are in support of this legislation, House Bill 17, with the inclusion of our friendly amendment, which would expand opportunities for equity and licensure. I have a copy of the actual language in my written testimony. We strongly encourage the adoption of this amendment as it would enable greater participation from minority business enterprise stakeholders. Minority-owned businesses are heavily underrepresented in the gaming ecosystem, and this amendment creates pathways for their participation and success in Maryland's iGaming space. Maryland has long emphasized equity and economic development, particularly through initiatives like the Minority Business Enterprise Program. Ensuring that iGaming legislation aligns with these values reinforces the state's commitment to fostering equitable industries. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I urge the committee to support the passage of this legislation and the accompanying amendment to strengthen consumer protections, encourage innovation, and promote equity in the iGaming industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury and distinguished members of the committee. It's great to be before you again. I've had an opportunity to speak with many of you over the last several years on this issue, and I appreciate being able to represent Idea Growth, one of the leading trade associations that represents the entire ecosystem of the online gaming community. Many of our members are already licensed as online sports betting operators and suppliers, and we're happy to be contributors to the economy here in Maryland and want to continue to do that through iGaming. iGaming would, in the bill, would deliver billions of revenue to the state of Maryland. Estimates looking at a 30% tax rate, which is different than what is in the chairwoman's bill. A 30% tax rate alone would bring $1.65 billion in tax revenue over the next 5 years, $1.65 billion. And this is simply by turning an unregulated market into one that is safe and accountable and is run by people who you know in this state and have been vetted by the commission. I had full remarks here, but there were a couple questions that were asked previously that I think I should address proactively in my testimony. The question on responsible gambling is an important one, and I think the industry has taken great strides to be a more proactive in addressing problem gambling on their platforms. And the way they do that is through a variety of indicators, using data analytics to look at financial indicators such as deposit patterns, loss changing behaviors, if someone's canceling withdrawals, or if they're changing their payment methods regularly. These could all be signs of a problem gambler, and the operator would then intervene. Beyond that, they can set durations, and if people are saying, I set a duration, I want to only gamble for this amount of time, but then they go in and change that, and they're doing that regularly, that is a clear indication, and the operator would intervene. There are a number more. I'd be happy to talk more about it in the Q&A section. Thank you for your time, and we support the bill with amendments.
Thank you very much, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. I am Alfred C. Liggins III, CEO of Urban One Incorporated. We are the largest diversified media company that primarily targets Black Americans and urban consumers in the United States. Founded by my mother and our chairperson, Kathy Hughes, 44 years ago in 1980. We own TV One and Clio TV, which together serve 78 million households and 64 broadcast stations in 13 of the most populous urban markets in the United States, including 10 stations in the Washington and Baltimore markets, reaching the vast majority of Maryland's African-American population. Our mission is to be the most trusted source in the African-American community that informs, entertains, and inspires our audience by providing culturally relevant integrated content through our radio, television, and digital platforms. We were also the largest minority owner of MGM National Harbor Casino and have been licensed by the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Commission as part owners of Maryland's largest casino. Our headquarters have been in Maryland since 1998. We employ more than 1,200 people nationwide and approximately 350 people in Maryland. We want to expand our business operations and employ a lot more people right here in Maryland. We believe that our experience in both the film and TV, broadcast industry, and the casino gaming industry, along with our marketing reach, creates a unique opportunity for us to launch our own Maryland-based Urban One branded online casino. We would host a state-of-the-art broadcast studio that would house our live dealer operations, which we would also offer to other gaming licensees in Maryland and across the country. This studio would also support the Maryland Film Office in its efforts to attract producers of film and TV shows to the state and be anchored by a multi-million-dollar production commitment from Urban One to produce film and TV content right here in Maryland without the need for tax state incentives otherwise available to us. Both the Senate Bill 340 and House Bill 17 state that the intent of the General Assembly is to implement iGaming in a manner consistent with the law that maximizes the ability of minorities, of women and minority to participate in the internet gaming. We applaud this, and we believe that the ability to participate is to put our own capital at risk and to be able to build our business right here. We support House Bill 17 with amendments that would clarify CapEx commitments and certain employee headcount requirements for Maryland-based businesses to qualify for the iGaming license. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to see you, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, for the record, my name is Darrell Barnes of Barnes International, representing Urban One and Alfred Liggins. I don't know what more I could say that has not already been said, but I believe it's important that we look at all aspects of this bill in a way that we are methodically thinking this thing through to ensure that we are putting Maryland first. If you look at what we did with sports betting, we led the nation in ensuring that there was qualified minority participation in a bill that led the nation and put Maryland first. I think we have an opportunity to do just that once again with iGaming. As I was sitting back listening to everyone, I went online and I downloaded Hearts of Vegas Casino, where I can play online gaming right here in the state of Maryland, unregulated. As the chairwoman already said, that's $7 billion that's unregulated that is going out the window, that Maryland is not capturing those dollars, which is a huge concern for me and I know for all of you. As I sit back and look at what Urban One is offering, being the only minority that could house a dual-purpose studio for online gaming, and what my good friend Delegate Wells has been fighting for and advocating for many years, is a full-fledged film studio, which if you listen to his testimony last year, where he said that he is not asking for any compensation of tax credits or anything from the state of Maryland, that he's willing to put his own money up to ensure that we have a first-class facility here in the state of Maryland. I believe that we must look at this thing open. I think we must look at our other states and competitors. We know that Virginia is in conversations with opening up a casino right here in Tyson's Corner. We know that 40% of those dollars that go to MGM come from Virginia. They are also in conversations with online gaming. I think if we are to move on this bill, then we must make sure that we're putting forth the right regulations and policy to ensure that Maryland is leading those efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Michelle McGregor, and I'm here testifying today on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance, a trade association for online gaming operators that includes BetMGM, DraftKings, Fanatics, and FanDuel. BetMGM is also on remotely, and we'll talk about all the pillars of responsible gaming that they deploy in other current regulated iGaming states. I'm here today really just to underscore our support for HB 17 and stress, I think, the important attention to the unregulated predatory internet gaming platforms that are growing at an outstanding rate here in Maryland without any sort of tax benefits going to the state or consumer protections. I can't stress enough that these age verification measures and player protections on these sites are either wholly absent or grossly inadequate, not to mention that they're not creating any jobs for Maryland. Yet consumers flock to them as the only available option, often unaware that they are not authorized by the state. And who can blame them for this misconception? Unregulated companies are flooding airwaves and podcast channels, As my fellow panelist just shared, they are in your phone's app stores, and they are advertising to individuals of all ages to deposit real money and play online casino games. We believe HB 17 presents a much better alternative to the state. Those features have already been discussed. But I do want to stress as well that these benefits have materialized in profound ways in neighboring states like New Jersey and Pennsylvania and others. I think importantly, the legal iGaming industry has spurred states like New Jersey to enforce their laws and have the funds to do so against illegal operators like those operating in Maryland today. So, the legalization component not only will benefit Maryland on the tax revenue side, but it'll certainly help on the enforcement angle as well. So just to close, I want to thank Chair Atterbury for her leadership and look forward to working this through the process with you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Mr. Taylor, and then we'll have questions for this panel. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, good to go.
Excellent. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Richard Taylor, and I'm the Director of Responsible Gambling for BetMGM, a joint venture sports betting and iGaming company formed between MGM Resorts, who have a property there in National Harbor, and Entain. BetMGM currently operates in 29 jurisdictions, including Maryland, for online sports betting. And we offer iGaming in neighboring states such as New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. I am here today on behalf of BetMGM to speak in support of HB 17 and to our unwavering commitment to responsible online gambling in regulated markets. Right now, today, Marylanders are wagering billions of dollars on unregulated platforms that are easily accessible to minors that lack any responsible gambling protections. By legalizing iGaming, Maryland can provide a safe, regulated alternative, ensuring that consumers are protected while the state collects tax revenues for vetted gaming companies. Like our peers, BetMGM's responsible gambling programs go well beyond what's required through our regulations. My written testimony details the many critical programs and tools that BetMGM is employing right now to ensure that our customers can engage with our product in a safe and responsible way. For the sake of time, I've distilled the top lines into 6 key pillars. Number 1, we empower our players with tools and information to ensure that they can make informed decisions. Number 2, we have a dedicated responsible gambling team that is actively monitoring customer activity, reviewing accounts, and providing support and interaction on a proactive basis. Number 3, we are a proud partner with Kindbridge to provide telehealth services for those who do struggle with problem gambling. Number 4, we are committed to educating our consumers through public awareness campaigns. We actually had a full-page responsible gambling ad in our Super Bowl program yesterday that we're very proud of. Number 5, we actively collaborate with leading experts. And finally, we emphasize transparency and accountability from the very top. Our Chief Executive Officer chairs our Responsible Gambling Council, which I help to administer. In conclusion, legalizing iGaming in Maryland represents an opportunity to balance economic growth with the protection of consumers that my team and the teams of the other operators in the regulated market provide. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, thank you. We do have some questions. I have a couple questions I want to start out by asking. And I'm not sure, I feel like this is for Mr. Pappas or for you, Ms. McGregor. If you could just comment on the loss of jobs. We've heard that there will be testimony coming that there will be a loss of jobs when it comes to iGaming, that it affects the brick and mortar. And I know MGM submitted testimony, and all the casinos, -2, testified last session that that is not the case. But if either of you could speak to your understanding of what happens when iGaming has taken place in Pennsylvania or New Jersey or Michigan, and what happens to jobs, and not just casino jobs, but hospitality jobs.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. It's obviously critically important to look at. And again, MGM, BetMGM is a member of our trade group and would not authorize me to sit here today if they didn't believe fully in the additive nature that iGaming brings to both their land-based casino revenues and the jobs that they create, both directly related to their brick and mortar and then the ancillary jobs that are tied to live dealer studios and just other components of the retail casino industry at National Harbor. We have seen, I think you're going to hear from various sources, but based on what we've looked at, and again, what several studies have suggested and demonstrated over the past several years is states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have seen growth in their job sectors for land-based casinos. If you want to take the time and look at just really the trajectory of job growth and revenue for casinos in states with iGaming in the several years before iGaming was legalized, and then in the years following legalization, job growth was either stagnant or even declining, and revenues for some of these casinos. And with the addition of iGaming, it helped either reverse the trend or at least bring them back towards a more of a flat line, which I think as technology becomes part of our lives in every way, especially entertainment, I think that trend is only going to continue to grow. So, we really believe that, especially given the protections that the bill currently has for job growth and revenues, we are very confident that this bill will be, will demonstrate that same trend.
Yeah, I'd like to add as well, and I think Michelle makes some excellent points about the modernization of this industry and the realities of consumer behavior and the casino industry meeting consumers where they are. And that's what we've seen happen, and it's been in a very complementary way. Pennsylvania was brought up in the 5 years prior to iGaming. As you mentioned, we can talk about studies, but let's not talk about studies, let's talk about facts and the real data. If you look at the data published by the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board, revenues in the state were relatively stagnant for the 5 years prior to iGaming. After iGaming, with the inclusion of additional casinos being brought to the state, revenues grew tremendously. For retail slot revenue, grew by 13.25% in the next 5 years. That includes the COVID year. Remember, COVID, where everything was almost shut down for a year, that's including the 5 years that includes COVID. 13.25% revenue increase for slot revenue. Table game even greater, 25.1% retail table game revenue increase since iGaming was introduced. The facts are the facts. iGaming is not hurting the land-based casinos. It's complementary. Beyond that, look at the latest data from the American Gaming Association, of which I'm pretty sure every casino that is a member here is a member of the American Gaming Association. Their latest revenue looked at the growth of retail gaming throughout the country, and it's relatively flat. Only when you parse out looking at iGaming states versus states without iGaming do you see a difference. States that have iGaming, their revenue growth is over 15%, almost 16%. In states that don't have iGaming, their overall revenue growth is around 5.7%. So clearly, iGaming is a contributor to more revenue to the state. Ultimately, what this committee and what the state is looking for are more tax dollars. iGaming will deliver more tax dollars without jeopardizing jobs or the existing land-based casinos. Those are the facts.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to this panel. I want to thank the chair for including really strong provisions as it relates to ensuring that we have participation from minority communities and also from women, as we know that those communities are severely underrepresented when we look at licensees and ownership in our gambling industry in our state. To that end, I wanted to better understand the amendment that was submitted by High Rollers. And Ms. Hessler, I understand that's an amendment that will help to increase that participation. So if you could say a little bit more about it.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. So it is a very simple amendment which just expands the language to include a principal entity of a holder of a sports wagering license currently. So in addition to an owner, they have already been vetted by the state. We do have some individuals in that situation. We want to make sure that those principal entities could also be applicable if this legislation was passed.
Okay, understood. I'd love to talk with you more in detail to understand that impact and who exactly we would be talking about including.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. In addition to that, I wanted to unpack regarding MGM a little bit more. It sounds like MGM and the Alliance, and you can share again which casinos you're representing in terms of the casinos that are here and present in favor of iGaming. I understand the conversation about the revenue, but we are really concerned about our jobs in the state of Maryland and making sure that if we do decide to move forward with this expansion, that our workers are not displaced and unemployed. So while understanding the increase in revenue, what are the specific steps, not studies and just overall revenue growth, that MGM is planning to take to ensure and guarantee that we don't see job loss?
So thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. I'm not officially here wearing an MGM hat, but BetMGM is the member company. I know that MGM has submitted remote or testimony for the record and would be happy to visit with you on this specific issue. But I will say, just knowing the numbers for MGM's and other casino properties in states like Michigan and others that have iGaming, their job numbers have grown. At least I think the number of new live dealer jobs that were created in Michigan come close to about 1,000 new jobs. And I know that jobs on the live dealer component have also grown in states like New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I just can't speak to specific steps. But again, we are committed, at least as on the online mobile operator side, to work with casinos and other license holders to ensure that there are benefits seen on both the revenue and job side.
Thank you for that response. And I know that our casino folks are out there listening, and I'd like to see and talk in specifics around how we maintain these jobs and have them present here as well, the ones that are in support. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I will say that Delegate Atterbury and the bill that you guys passed last year does seek to address these issues by creating a fund that would help any workers if there was job losses. I would contend that we're not going to see job losses. We will see job growth. But even in the event, I guess if you will call it hold harmless language, Delegate Atterbury, Chair Atterbury has been very thoughtful to make sure that we take care of the casino workers in the state, which I think is a really important priority. I will note that over the last 3 fiscal years in the state of Pennsylvania, which is one of the most robust iGaming markets in the country, they've added over 1,000 new casino jobs. Over 1,000 new casino jobs have been added over the past 3 years in Pennsylvania, and I think that is a testament to how iGaming and land-based casinos can grow together, and the worker community, the working community can thrive under an iGaming environment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I can, Delegate Wilkins, you know, as my panelists have already stated, with iGaming and live casinos, or live studios, should I say, it is increasing job opportunities and job growth. So when you start talking about the cannibalization, it's not a factor because, in essence, with just the studio that Urban One could create, you're talking about thousands of jobs. You're talking about a 7-day-a-week work week. You're talking about a 24-hour work shift that you have to have employees. And those employees will come right here from the state of Maryland. So you're talking about job growth, job stability, and good paying jobs that these would have. So it kind of combats the argument of cannibalization, in essence, that we're creating opportunities.
I have a follow-up question, and this is for Mr. Liggins. Just before we move on to a different topic than cannibalization, I think everyone just likes to say that word, but so I recently had the opportunity to visit a live dealer in Pennsylvania, and they housed 1,200 folks work there. Just as Mr. Barnes said, it was a 24-hour operation. It was actually quite remarkable. And from every casino that you could think of had a section where they had folks staged. And so my question to you is, when you said, and you had 2-minute time limits, you were kind of rushing, that you're committed to standing something up like that here in the state of Maryland, is that what you're talking about, in addition to, which I actually do find exciting, as I believe Delegate Wells would, the film piece and the production piece, because we have so many talented union workers here in the state of Maryland that have to leave Maryland because we just don't have enough, quite frankly, tax credits provided to them where that film work could be done here. So you're talking about two things. You're talking about that industry, the film industry, and standing up a live dealer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We're based in Silver Spring. We spend probably close to $70 million a year producing content for our 2 cable networks, largely out of state in places that do have tax credits, like Georgia, but in particular. However, we would love to make that content closer to home, hire more Marylanders, but with anything, you need economies of scale, and you have to do double duty in order to make things ultimately work, particularly when you start talking about things like deficit financing, film production, and the opportunity to build another business at the same time in the iGaming space gives you that economies of scale and that critical mass to be able to make that investment. So yeah, you would have a facility. We are proposing a facility that would be able to do double duty and be right here in the state of Maryland. So you basically have a foothold in 2 industries, and you're going to be utilizing the same infrastructure in order to serve both of those industries.
Thank you. Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for the gentleman closest to, I believe, is Mr. Pappas. You had mentioned the tools that you have to determine like a problem gambler, and you said there were more. You talked about, somebody keeps changing the source of the revenue stream and so forth. That's a flag. What other tools are out there?
Sure, I have a full list I'd be happy to share you, but looking at
Briefly.
Sure, deposit patterns, loss chasing behaviors, overall consumption levels, people that are canceling withdrawals. We also mentioned the payment diversity. If you make a deposit and it's declined because you don't have the funds, that's a clear indicator that this is someone who should not be wagering on the site.
So that's enough. As far as there are tools out there, what mandates that they're used though? What happens to the operator that ignores those?
Well, that would be subject to licensure. Obviously, the regulators could require this. In some jurisdictions, they do require this. Not every jurisdiction does. A lot of operators voluntarily do this because it's best practice. It's and I would argue that Mr. Taylor, who's on the line, is probably well better equipped to address these issues, as he is a responsible gambling officer for one of the leading online gaming companies. But they do this voluntarily, but it also could be required under statute or under regulation by the operators to ensure that they're doing this. And
but even if this was required, wouldn't you say it would be kind of hard for somebody, unless somebody did a forensic audit to look? I mean, this is all on trust of the operator who's out to make a profit, correct?
Correct, and I would say that a problem gambling is the least profitable player because a problem gambler is run out of money.
Right, so, and we don't want people to get there, though. That's my concern. Now, if somebody's in a casino, a brick and mortar casino, and they're obviously very intoxicated, what happens to that person?
Again, I think that would probably be a more appropriate question for Mr. Taylor, who lives this and breathes this for both the land-based and online industry. But so if you want to address that to him.
So, okay, I'll go back to that. But you had mentioned that emphatically this has no impact on job loss, correct? So help me understand Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania had a huge job loss, correct? Right after iGaming started, Pennsylvania had a huge a huge job loss.
That was, Pennsylvania started iGaming in September of 2019. COVID shut down every land-based casino in the state in March of 2020. So of course, there was job losses, but now I believe the casinos are all back up to or darn near where they were before the COVID pandemic. It was not iGaming related, it was the pandemic related.
But the jobs never recovered where they recovered in other places if you look at the same casino numbers, correct?
Again, you'd have to look. The data published by the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board shows that 1,000 new jobs have been added over the last 3 fiscal years, so since COVID. To Pennsylvania, 1,000 new casino jobs have been added. And they actually post on the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board website a link to all the job boards for the casinos.
Okay.
And I went on there just last week to look, and each casino has dozens and dozens of jobs, everywhere from table game managers to people working in the restaurants at the casino that they're hiring full or part-time jobs. So I don't think iGaming has impacted it.
But how many new brick and mortar casinos opened in Pennsylvania recently to create that 1,000 jobs?
There's definitely been, and I acknowledge that there has been a simultaneous growth. There's been 2 full-scale casinos and 3 what they call mini casinos, which are like a small, like slot parlor, if you will.
So without those 5 casinos, where do you think the job count would be in Pennsylvania?
I don't have an answer to that question.
So to the gentleman that's testifying through the internet, Mr. Taylor, so if you could help me answer the question, if there's an intoxicated person in a brick and mortar casino, obviously not acting responsibly, what would you do with that person?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I wish I could be there in person. This is kind of awkward doing it over Zoom. But to answer your question, so staff members on a casino floor are, in addition to being trained on their job and responsible gambling, they're also trained in the responsible service of alcohol. And as part of that, if they identified somebody who was inebriated and having trouble maintaining, just maintaining in general, they would be trained to approach the staff, check in on them, ask them how they're doing. And from there, depending on how the situation is going, they would take another course of action of maybe getting a security or staff member to help that person get to where they need to go. Usually we'd like to take them to like a coffee shop to get a cup of coffee or something along those lines if they're open to it, and have a conversation with them.
Right, away from the slot machines, of course, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody's playing through iGaming home, how, is there a breathalyzer on that thing that's going to control when somebody's intoxicated and not acting responsibly?
That's a great question.
It sounds funny, but it's really a serious issue.
No, it is a serious issue, and we take it very seriously. I can tell you this, having worked on both the casino floor in the role of Director of Responsible Gambling for MGM Resorts for a number of years, and now doing it on the online side here at BetMGM, customers online tend to be a lot more open and transparent about what's going on than they were on the casino floor. And we see more escalations coming through online, through customer support, and through our VIP hosts than I ever saw in a retail environment, because people did not feel as comfortable sharing information in person, face to face, as I think they are when they're online and they're able to convey what's going on via chat. And there's some level of distance there where they can feel comfortable being that open. And when that happens, our teams take decisive action. We have a record at BetMGM of providing support and resources to these individuals, whether it's a link to Gamblers Anonymous, whether it's a link to our Kindbridge services to provide telehealth services specific for problem gambling, whether it's the use of our self-exclusion tool, or we as an operator making a decision to close that account because we're concerned about that player. These are all of the tools that my team has at their disposal. And given the subjective nature of something like this, they undergo a lot of training to evaluate communication, to evaluate some of those metrics that John was mentioning around failed deposits and reversals of withdrawals, to get to a decision where we could ultimately help that individual. And our mandate on the responsible gambling team is clear. we're going to take care of the individual first and make sure that we can get them to the right support and resources that we can provide.
But in all honesty, would you agree that you really don't know who is on the other side of that iGaming device, their level of intoxication until much later? It's not as quick and as visible as if they were in a brick and mortar. And then to react to them changing multiple times their source of income or denied payment from whatever source it is. Don't you say that's kind of late because the damage is already done? How does that person recover, financially? It's a lot easier to spend it than it is to make it. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't speak to how that person would recover. Recovery is a very personal thing, and each person must get there on their own. But we as an operator will do everything in our power to use the data that's at our disposal and the information that we have. And it's a lot of information. We know where you live. We know exactly every penny you're spending, how you're spending it, what your patterns and behaviors are. And those will help us to identify any changes sooner rather than later. And I would say much sooner than you could in a retail environment where a lot of the wagering is done anonymously and isn't tracked at the level that is tracked in an iGaming environment. But are there trade-offs in terms of losing that personal face-to-face? Of course, but I think on the other side, we have all of this data to help us make educated and proactive decisions sooner than I think you could in a retail environment.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate Miller.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. One follow-up on Delegate Hartman's questions. How soon can you shut someone down? Is it in real time? If they are starting to act erratically, because obviously with technology right now, you can pick things up pretty quick. So could you, if someone started acting erratically or outside the normal payment, if I make an outside of normal payment on my phone, my credit card can get shut down like that, and I get a text and they're saying, is this you? Do you have the capability, or should you have the capability to do something like that?
Delegate, I assume this question's for me, so I'll just go ahead and start talking. Thank you. Let's start at the front end and then work our way toward the outcome. I want to say that off the top, the operators that do this the right way and that are regulated and working in that environment, we're providing education and awareness about responsible and problem gambling to our customers as soon as they come onto our platform, and then throughout their journey as well, through emails, through pop-up notifications, through social media campaigns. I think I mentioned the Super Bowl ad earlier. We are putting this information and trying to educate players as early as possible so that they understand how to bet responsibly, the risks associated with gambling, the house advantage, and the fact that over time you're going to lose more money than you're going to win. And that's in our GameSense information pages. You can read that right now if you go on to any of our BetMGM platforms. In addition to that, we also proactively promote what's called self-limiting tools. These tools allow players to, at the front end, set the amount of money they choose to deposit, wager, lose, so that once they hit that number, their account will no longer allow that activity to continue. And we're promoting that actively, and I know other operators are doing that as well. When you move beyond that and you get into the issue of behavior, evaluation, and addressing some of these concerns, there's always going to be the need for a human element, someone to review the flags, someone to review the indicators, someone to understand what's going on with the player. From there, it's important to actually engage with the player so that you can assess the situation more completely and then get to a conclusion that helps the player, whether it's encouraging them to take a cool off, whether it's encouraging them to use a limit, or if the communication and the behavior is concerning, taking the steps of closing that account either temporarily or permanently and directing the player to those resources so that the player can make the decision to get the help that's available to them. And I think that's a very important component. We as operators provide these tools and we're monitoring this information and we're taking action, but the player has to be part of the equation and part of the consideration, because if we can't get them to understand where they're at in their journey and understand the resources that are available to them, then all we can do is close the account and wish them the best. And what we want to do as an operator is get them to the resources that will help them in the most effective manner possible. So there will always be the need for a human element in addition to the data that we're using to get to a decision.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Do any of you, and I don't know if there's any, are there certain numbers, do you keep track of how many attempted underage individuals, you talked about protections and key dynamics of protections on attempts by underage individuals to access iGaming? Because it's a big problem with sports.
Yes, thank you for the question. And again, I think Rich Taylor will be, that falls under the responsible gaming umbrella. But speaking on behalf of the 4 platform members in the Sports Betting Alliance, they use like a Know Your Customer KYC. That is equivalent to what financial institutions require for any sort of online activity. This requires, in many cases, two-step authentication. It requires a social security number to verify your the individual who is seeking to log in. And then there are steps once a player is logged in to ensure that it is still that same individual who is using the app. For instance, if there is a lapse in player play, the account will log you out. And then, of course, it gets very granular to like an IP level. If for some reason there is anomalies in one IP using or identified with a certain individual and then shows up on someone else's, I think that would be an immediate red flag that would be looked into. But I think I think a lot of what is being highlighted on the minor access, whether it's sports betting or iGaming, is the fact that these illegal operators have proliferated, not just in Maryland, but around the country, but certainly in states that haven't legalized the 2 most popular forms of online gaming, which is iGaming and sports betting. Absent the iGaming, a regulated iGaming market in Maryland, there are so many companies that will never go through the regulatory process and will continue to be the go-to platform for minors, because you might only have to check a box to say that you are of age. They don't, to my knowledge, they have no intention of ever becoming regulated. So they will operate here and target children through TikTok and other platforms. Our clients, you see them, their marketing is really geared towards adults, and that is genuine. So we feel that, the best way to protect children and minors is to legalize a marketplace that takes the auction out of the illegal market, that really, you look at the data in states where you have legalized marketplaces, these companies are, I think their influence is much lower. So I'll pause there if others want to add.
Could you share that data? Because that is, obviously one of my next question is there data where both from, because historically we have more data, and I don't know if you guys have it, or if I can get it from somewhere else, or where I can get it, as far as the sports gaming, the sports betting, because that is in so many more states, and if that shut down the illicit market there, and then with the few states that we do have iGaming, did it actually help with, can I no longer go into Pennsylvania and get that same app that you were talking about that's not a legal site?
I think a lot of states that have legalized both verticals of online gaming, as HB 17 does, it generates revenue to support enforcement action that generally it is hard to pursue without the funds that come from the legalized marketplace. The data on just diminished presence it's hard to quantify because it is an illegal market, but we've seen search trends that really suggest a drop of, in some cases, of 30% for like the most common illegal operators relative to more commonplace legal operators. So I'll pause there, and if others have more.
Delegate Miller, if I may, actually, this fresh data as of last night, one of the IDEA member companies called GeoComply, which has a really unique view of the online sports betting marketplace and online gaming marketplace, looked at the data from the Super Bowl weekend. And if you're aware, over the last 12 months, since last Super Bowl, 12 states have issued C&Ds to some of the leading offshore sports books. So, and those sports books have said, we will no longer accept play in these states. Maryland is one of those states, by the way, where an offshore sports book is no longer accepting play. So GeoComply looked at its data and saw the amount of users in states where a C&D was issued was twice as big compared to last year's Super Bowl, before the C&D was issued, when you look at that versus states that have not issued a C&D. I'm sorry, I may be botching that a little bit. I just read their press release this morning on my way in. But there was essentially a growth in legal activity in the states that had issued C&Ds, and in the states that had not issued C&Ds, the growth of their market was not as pronounced. So clearly, the C&Ds are having an impact, right? In a legal regulated market, the illegal operators are going to leave because there's a clear law on the books that they are violating. And we think that that is an important step. It's both creating an enforcement tool, but also making sure that consumers have a legal alternative, because there is demand in the state, right? Undeniably, people want to play games online in the state of Maryland. Adults want to do that. And so this is a pathway to give them the way to do it legally, but also crack down on those illegal operators. And the evidence is clear. It's actually making an impact on the sports betting side, where we've seen growth in those markets where C&Ds were issued.
Would you all be in favor of then putting something in about one of the concerns, and I think New Jersey just had legislation last year about, when you talk about adults and gambling, is making sure our college campuses, they cannot partner. So University of Maryland, even when sports betting came out, they partnered with PointsBet Sportsbook, and they have since ended that partnership, thankfully, as my son goes there. But there was legislation where they are no longer allowed to do that in the state of Maryland. Would you be okay with putting something in here about that? Because it's, targeting college students who are very vulnerable, especially our young men. A lot of that goes to the problem of gaming, and you have your gaming to gambling pathway that is very real, and I don't think we've even seen all the true effects of that yet. So would you be in favor of that? And then my other question is, would you be in favor of banning online behavioral advertising or targeted advertising using behavioral analytics to target? Because I still don't think we've gotten a clear definition of how you would avoid targeting those at-risk individuals. I know that was a lot of questions, so I apologize for that.
So on the first question, organizations such as ours already has a set of responsible gambling pillars, which our members abide by, and included in that is that you're not advertising to college-age students, right? That is, so those types of, the industry has already stepped away from those types of arrangements, and I think if there was prescriptive legislation, I don't see that would be opposed. Certainly, I'm not going to stand here and say that that's a bad idea. That's certainly okay. In terms of the AI, I think that's a more complicated issue that has to be examined. We talked about how AI is used and behavior analytics is used to ensure that we can identify problems. I will also say that there's legitimate purposes for AI for marketing, right? People want to be able to know the things that they want. Just like any purchases that we make online, we are often told, like, hey, this is an opportunity, something that you might be interested in. I don't think there's anything different for gaming. Certainly, I think there's a discussion to be had about the role of that and the limits around that. So certainly keep the dialogue open, but I don't think simply saying prohibiting it is going to be the solution.
So have there been issues with marketing toward minors in Maryland? with either some of, like, do you guys know from some of the sports betting aspects, or, you talk about predatory, I see some of this as predatory when, I'll just give you a quick example. I was at a conference in DC. We were talking about election law. Literally all of us that were at the table, an ad pops up as we're all sitting there about if I registered to vote or this or that, and knew, everything about it. I think Apple has gotten into some trouble recently. There's a class action lawsuit from Siri as far as that. So that's the kind of predatory advertising behavioral analytics that I'm talking about, that are not necessarily ethical, in my opinion, and I'm glad you're stepping away from some of that, but I think there's work to be done. Have you seen any issues as far as in Maryland from the sports aspect of it with targeting minors and underage there? Have there been any fines that you know of?
I'm not aware of any fines here in Maryland, and I'm not suggesting that I know probably a better question for the Maryland Gaming and Lottery Control Board, whether they've issued any fines. I do know that it is something that they restrict, is the advertising to minors for regulated sports books. I can't say that that's the case for the unregulated iGaming operators in the state. As you heard multiple times, just type in, can I play online poker? Can I play online slots in the state of Maryland? And you're going to get directed to a number of sites, some of which may be enticing to youth.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much for answering.
Delegate Buckle.
Madam Chair, I was just going to recenter back. We talked a little bit. I wanted to get a better sense of what the live dealer studios and the employment works out to. Pennsylvania, I think, as you know, I live very close to Pennsylvania. They've opened 4 casinos since 2021 over the last few years that I think has really affected their overall employment numbers. Some of them are mini casinos, the slots boxes, some of them very close to where I live. Can anyone give me any sense of, in the states that have legalized iGaming, what's the percentage or the breakout of play for live dealer studio games versus what I would call, probably not the right term of art, computer games? Just things that, the computer is just randomly generating without a lot of human employment. Does anybody have an idea, either this gentleman or Ms. McGregor, that does things like, what's the breakout? Because it also affects our revenue projections. We're letting the operators keep 80%. If it's live dealer, they're only going to keep 45% if it's computer games. So we probably have to have a really good idea of what that breakout is in the existing states.
That is something I can absolutely get for you, Delegate Buckle. Okay. 2 of our members are some of the leaders in the live dealer platform, so we can get those numbers for you and what they observe in other states. I will say it is a growing and very popular product, right? People love the human interaction, even online. On that. And I want to note your comment about the growth of jobs in Pennsylvania. I think what you're suggesting and what Delegate Hartman has already suggested is that that's exactly the point. Jobs are growing even with iGaming. Casinos are opening in the state of Pennsylvania, even with iGaming.
They are.
It is
we won't open any more casinos here. I would submit to you, sir, there won't be any more casinos or mini casinos being operated in the state of Maryland in my political future. So Pennsylvania is a very different dynamic with respect to, they open new casinos every few years, seemingly. We haven't opened one since MGM, and I bet my life that we won't be opening one in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, those casinos are all authorized in the same law that authorized iGaming in the state. So they've grown simultaneously together. I don't know if they're going to authorize more. I do know that Virginia is looking to open new casinos, some that will impact the land-based casinos here. Right. So iGaming is a real opportunity to get ahead of that revenue impact that it could have.
The only question I had, and I don't know, Ms. McGregor may know this or not, what's the percentage of the sports gaming market that's just online versus people who walk in and do it in a brick and mortar facility?
I don't have the numbers for Maryland, but across the board, I think the average is 90% of play for sports betting is online versus in a retail sports book. But I'm not trying to understand like maybe where that question is trying to get towards. But I do think as we've seen in other states, and again, there's data that's reported by the regulatory bodies, and then of course, what you can see studied is consumers see, at least on the iGaming side, see just retail casino and iGaming as different forms of entertainment. So, I wouldn't want to take conclusions on the sports betting marketplace and try to apply them to.
Because that wouldn't be very favorable. I mean, that's my question. When I was a younger man, I worked for a very large law firm. They used to send us to Nevada for some cases. It's the first time I ever sports bet legally in my life. It was great, but there was none of this. You weren't doing it on a cell phone. You walked into a facility, they had somebody there, you got a little ticket, you sat around, you watched the games, it was kind of exciting, you maybe got some food, you got a soda, a beer, whatever you wanted. And then all of the people that I know, almost all of my friends or peers at this point in time that still engage in sports gaming, they never enter a casino or a sports book anymore. They just do it all on their phone, for better or for worse. And that's part of my fear, is that once people's behaviors, we're becoming a very tech-oriented world, and once people's behaviors become, I can do everything sitting at home on my phone, then that's what we do. We do everything sitting at home on our phone. We order our groceries. We don't go to the grocery store anymore. We just do it on our phone. So grocery store employees are like, there's less of them. There's very few checkout counters left in most of your groceries. And that's my fear, is that this becomes regularized, normalized, that we do almost all of our gambling activities on our phones 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I get that there's data that says it hasn't happened yet, but very few states actually do this yet, do iGaming. The more that do it, everybody does sports gaming. Is that correct? I think pretty much every place that has sports gaming has some online component, with maybe the exception of 1 or 2 states.
Yes, that is correct on the legalization landscape. I do, again, on behalf of BetMGM, who's tied to MGM, they believe fully, they endorse adding iGaming as a complementary vertical to their land-based casinos. Nothing can replicate the in-casino experience. So they think that, I think really to engage consumers who have probably grown up in the digital era to, become familiar as a legal adult with some of these online games in casinos.
As I read MGM's testimony while you guys were testifying, we've been here for a little while. It seems that MGM supports it with 2 things. Number one, you keep the licenses within the existing casinos and sports licensees. So some of the other members of the panel that you're with are saying, create additional licenses or give us opportunities. That's not what MGM's written testimony says. They says that you have to keep the licenses with the casinos and the existing sports licensees. And number 2, they seem to say we support it if you significantly reduce the tax rate. Is that your understanding?
So again, I'm not here.
I know, I don't want to put you on the spot for that, but we keep talking about MGM, and I'd like to think we all read at reasonable levels. It's pretty clear that's what their written testimony says. We support it as long as we get the licenses and minority businesses and other things don't get new licenses, and as long as the tax rate goes down, which I would then say is going to dramatically change the revenue impact. So people may not like that. And if you don't have any comment on that, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know you're not their registered lobbyist for that.
Yeah, I'll just say the Sports Betting Alliance really, above all else, supports a legalized marketplace, and we are, very happy that we're in this position to work with this committee and the chair to figure out what the best licensing framework and opportunities to, grow minority participation and jobs and revenue for the state. And I mean, honestly, and protect consumers, because the illegal market really does, it hurts our efforts to promote responsible gaming, and I think that is something that is growing at a scary rate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the information.
And let me just say, Delegate Buckle. Oh, no, not because I was listening to your questioning, and I believe that, it is up to the committee to decide what that tax rate should be. And it's also up to the committee to ensure that there is minority participation. Because I think if we look at what we did in sports betting, what we did in medical marijuana, and legalizing recreational marijuana, there's always some form or tax structure in there, as well as the minority participation within there. And this is no different in saying that we want to ensure that there is minority participation within yet another billion-dollar industry coming before the state of Maryland.
And my sense is, my friend, is that your guys' position is, while the chair's bill has a lot of that language in there, some of you at the table, Ms. Hessler, yourself, the gentleman in the middle who's good, fantastic business, obviously, you all think that it needs to be amended to increase participation rates or increase opportunities for MBE participation beyond the bill language today? Because I got to be honest with you, if it's a second skin, let's say the 6 casinos all get a skin and then they get a second skin if they give 33% social equity participation. If I'm their lawyer, I'm like, why bother with that? You're just introducing a competitor. You're giving up 33% of your business to introduce a competitor into the same finite market who you're offering the same service. That would be like I have a restaurant on one corner of the street, and I'm going to go ahead and open a restaurant on the other corner of the street, but I've got to give somebody 33% of the business, and we just compete against each other for who's going out to dinner tonight. I don't think very many of them are going to do that. So are you saying that you need something different in the bill to get MBE participation?
Now, I don't know about all the other MBEs. I just know that Urban One is in a position to compete at the same level as your 6 brick and mortar casinos today. I know that Urban One is in a position, unlike most that have spoken before this year and last year, to create an opportunity for a dual-purpose studio that would be able to do live gaming as well as film and video production. Unlike most MBEs, we have already been licensed through this Maryland Lottery Commission.
Because you had a piece of the other casino at a time, right? You've already been vetted.
Yeah, and I would say, and I didn't really get to flesh it out because time ran short, that, I'm all for expanded opportunity for minority participation, but when we speak to us specifically, we'll deploy our own capital. We will create jobs just like, bricks and mortar casinos. We won't ask for any kind of, favorable treatment on license fees or anything of that nature, and we'll build a Maryland-based business, and we'll bring something to the table that is not, brought by somebody else that will be a benefit, to the state. So I believe that to things that, to those things that are given, much is expected.
Right.
And so that's the position from which we come from.
And when you say live gaming, Delegate Barnes, former Delegate Barnes, you don't mean that it will become a standalone, like people will be walking in the door to play.
No.
You'll be offering real time.
This would be exactly.
Real-time video plus things
live
that are
deals,
recorded.
all online, correct, yeah.
Yep, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Delegate Ebersol.
Madam Chair, we're going to change directions a little here, and I want to just give a little perspective before I ask this question so you know why I'm asking it. When we started casinos, we did things called local impact grants, which were under the assumption that the casinos would bring bad elements and things into the communities, and so that those communities would have money. Actually, it's worked out that having a casino in your community or in your jurisdiction has worked out quite well for the most part in terms of jobs and everything else. And so the local impacts are nice benefits for the jurisdictions that have it, but not all jurisdictions have it. And so one of the things we're doing is we are saying that they lose a little of that money they've become accustomed to, that we have to even it up somehow. I'm not convinced that that's something we have to do, but it's based on an assumption by a study that 10% cannibalization will occur. And so finally we're to a question here. I want to know, can you comment whether or not, because we're not going to do it statistically, we're just going to assume 10%. Do you have a commentary on that amount of, and I can say it twice then, Madam Chair, that amount of cannibalization as being 10%, or do you think it'll be less than that? What's your general feeling in the industry? Anyone can answer this.
Those numbers, I don't think reflect the reality of what we've seen in regulated iGaming markets, and looking at the largest ones like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, where tax contributions are like at record levels for both land-based and online casinos. So the online casino is helping to grow the overall tax base and bringing more revenue to the state without hurting the bottom line of the land-based casinos. It's just, I mean, that's just fact. Like I can't say it any other more than just look at what the revenue reports that come out every month from these states. And it's fact, they'll go up, they'll go down, they'll go up, they'll go down. But overall, this is a steady thing. And as I mentioned earlier, across the country, casino revenue is relatively flat, right? Here in Maryland, casino revenue over the last year was extremely flat, and if not, maybe 1 or 2 points down. In states that have iGaming, overall gambling revenue to the state is up 16%. In states that don't have iGaming, that revenue is about 5.7%.
So then, if I could draw a conclusion from that, you don't think that kind of cannibalization is going to occur? You think the additional hold harmless money that we would give these jurisdictions would just be more money than they would probably be receiving under that assumption?
I believe that those provisions are done there for political reasons, and they need to be done. God bless you, do them. Like, let's get it done.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. You all were up there for a very long time. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elise Cohen, Matthew Rybel, Tony Jones, and Sushant. And whoever wants to go first. Sir, you want to? Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, my name is Matt Liber. My day job is I run the Soccerplex in Montgomery County, but I'm here to represent the Maryland Tourism Coalition. We're an organization that represents the tourism industry in Maryland. We are here to oppose this bill. There's no way, shape, or form that the tourism industry would support any bill that would potentially draw business away from our brick and mortar casinos.
I don't think I called you up.
Matt Liber.
No, I said Matthew Rybel. Rybel? Rabel?
Rybel.
Rybel. Yeah, I will.
Rybel.
I will call you up. Okay, Mr. Rybel?
Yes, I am here to testify in favor of House Bill 17. I play poker as a side hustle and support many other people in a group playing it either full-time or as a side hustle, and we think that online gaming would give us an extra option for playing poker where it will be regulated. And those people who supported the bill could not come here today to speak, so I would like to speak in behalf of them. And if there are concerns about online gaming, I would also support a bill that enables only an online poker room. And it will open up poker for single parents and people with disabilities. And online poker also has free rolls that brick and mortar don't offer. And I think iGaming would be beneficial to professional or side hustle poker players in the state of Maryland.
Thank you. Sushant, you want to go?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid, here on behalf of Delta Bingo and Abner's Bingo in Anne Arundel and Calvert counties, respectively. We're here in support of House Bill 17, authorizing internet gaming. I think you've heard from some proponents that licenses to provide internet gaming should only go to existing casino companies in the state. We believe that should not be the case. iGaming is a form of gaming that is relatively new to the state, would be new to the state, and existing casino companies have already profited greatly from their bricks and mortar facilities. We believe that this should be a clean slate and allow all companies involved in the iGaming space to compete, one, for the best product, but two, more importantly, for the best return on the state, for the best deal. Tethering licenses to casino companies is a mistake. As it relates to bingo, our coalition would like two things. Number one, we would like more Class II bingo machines consistent with bills that you've seen in the past, and in fact that have been passed by the Senate, I believe, two years ago. Again, iGaming would allow Marylanders to gamble from their living rooms, so the presence of more machines in a regulated environment would have little impact. Number two, we would also like the opportunity to compete for iGaming licenses, namely iBingo, which we believe should be the sole propriety of bingo halls. Bingo has a long-standing tradition in Maryland, and casinos have jeopardized that existence, but we've persevered. We just ask for the same opportunity to have the same tools that you would afford our competitors.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Elise Cohen. I'm the owner of Long Shots OTB and Sportsbook and have both retail and mobile sports wagering licenses. I also have the proud distinction of being the only 100% woman-owned sportsbook in America. As we look to the future of gaming, it's important to remember that economic diversity is paramount to the success of any industry. As Maryland decides how to best legislate iGaming, I would urge the committee to set an example of how to promote small businesses and not only the behemoths that are casinos. There are 4 OTBs and 2 bingo halls named in the original sports betting bill. These smaller retail outfits are integral parts of Maryland's gambling network and all deserve an iGaming license. If sportsbooks are guaranteed access to iGaming, we know this diverse marketplace will thrive. It is no surprise that the major sportsbooks have dwarfed the rest. As it currently stands, mobile in Maryland makes up 97.2% of the sports betting handle. Retail for small sportsbooks like me is in peril. In fact, we've already seen multiple locations fail or forfeit their licenses. The price, both lost jobs and economic development opportunities. Sports betting is a low-margin business with an average of only 8% total wagers available for expenses. It's also volatile. Factors such as seasonality create for variable handles throughout the year, making both staffing and economic models difficult to manage. In contrast, iGaming has significantly higher hold or win, approximately 7 times that of sports betting. With a broader audience and more consistency, iGaming is more lucrative. Clearly, the evidence underscores that small retail sportsbooks would be at a massive disadvantage without iGaming. Furthermore, as Maryland faces a $3 billion deficit, we must seek alternative ways to raise funds. Taxing existing businesses with slim margins is not an effective method. In conclusion, Maryland has been and always will be a leader in social and economic diversity. iGaming should be no different. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Antonio Jones, Managing Partner of Riverboat on the Potomac. And by the way, I see some faces here that I've never been there before. I open an invitation to all of you who've not, but we're not a boat. Just so you know, we're not a boat. As a 100% minority-owned business, we recognize the potential for economic, recreational benefit that iGaming could bring to the state of Maryland. However, to ensure that these opportunities are accessible and equitable, certain amendments we'd like to recommend. Ensuring meaningful minority business ownership participation. You've heard those comments earlier today. I think it's essential that this panel continue what has been a sterling record with respect to getting minorities into these industries, these new industries. We would ask that you would consider potentially lessening the fee for minority participation. There's a lot of minority business in this arena that are very interested in moving to the next level. However, revenue doesn't come as easily as it does to some of the casinos and other locations. So we recognize our need, and have hope that you would recognize our need for support as it relates to business ownership. Increasing the revenue retention for for non-live game dealership. Okay, I think the number is 45% right now. We would really ask that you take it to 55. And I saw in the building there's a discussion around the facility renewal account and funds being made available there. As an OTB, we would certainly welcome that opportunity. And my last point is to hopefully have the commerce be available again to make available to small businesses those grants and small interest loans so that we can remain viable. We support this bill, and we hope you would see fit to make it happen again.
Thank you. And I have to say, before I went to your establishment, I thought it was an actual boat. So
I know that, but you've been there now.
yes, now I know. Any questions? Yes, Madam Subcommittee Chair, Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the testimony.
I have I think I have the proposed amendments from the Riverboat. And so I do have a question regarding the last one. You didn't have a chance to really finish. And that is the increased funding for small minority and women-owned business account. Can you share briefly with us why this is so pertinent or important in terms of the continuation of the success of this phenomenal casino?
Well, I think we knew a couple of years ago, I guess we're going into our third year, retail sportsbook and with mobile. We knew that it's a tough business. We didn't enter this not understanding that, but we were hopeful, and we have received support, to keep our business viable. We've gotten through year one, year two, and now in year three. So we see a clear path ahead, but we could not have gotten there without support from those entities within the state who allowed low-interest loans or grant dollars to keep us viable until we could fend for ourselves.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. Now we will move to the unfavorables. Adam Joseph, Mary Drexler, Bobby Jones, Donna Edwards, Michael Hackey. Okay, let me just go to one other person since someone, Bobby Jones. Okay. David Carlton. Okay, Bobby, come on up. Okay, whoever would like to start.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Hackey, and I'm the Research and Policy Director for the gaming industry for Unite Here. We're the largest casino workers union in the country. We represent 100,000 casino workers nationwide, and the job loss that we're seeing in iGaming states of our members' jobs is very real. It's happening right now. I'd like to go over some of those specific numbers and also speak to the earlier questions for specific numbers from Delegate Hartman and Delegate Buckle. Our members work in the hotel and food service jobs, specifically in casinos. They are the hotel housekeepers, the bartenders, the servers, the cooks, the dishwashers. These are the jobs that are completely dependent on in-person gaming, and they're also jobs that unfortunately cannot be replaced by a live dealer or online alternative. In Atlantic City, we represent all the food and beverage and hotel workers at all 9 casinos, and iGaming began in 2013. What we saw in the first 7 years is that iGaming grew very slowly. It was under under $500 million a year, and it was a very small part of the overall Atlantic City market. That changed in 2020 during the pandemic when there was a huge shift in consumer behavior, and so many more of those entertainment dollars were being spent online. So in 2020, the amount of online gaming revenue suddenly jumped up to almost $1 billion annually, and it's only grown since. It's continued on that upward trajectory to now $2.4 billion annually. So in 2019 in Atlantic City, iGaming accounted for 15% of overall gaming revenues. By 2023, it was up to 40%. And in that same period, the number of hotel and food and beverage jobs in Atlantic City fell by 13% from 10,731 to 9,371. In Detroit, we've seen an even more extreme impact. In 2019, we had 2,796 members of our union at all 3 casinos in Detroit. Today, we have just 1,768 members, a loss of over 1,000 union jobs in the city of Detroit, with over 500 of those jobs lost at the MGM Grand Casino. And I'd be glad to address your specific question on Pennsylvania numbers if asked.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. I am Mary Drexler. I am the director at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 17. In every Maryland prevalence study from 2010 to 2022, the most frequently reported gambling types were lottery games and casino betting. That includes in 2020 when casinos were not even open for the whole year. With casino games already so popular in the state, allowing them to be played on our cell phones and at home is a dangerous public policy. Additionally, iGaming is highly addictive. Morgan State University put out a report saying that researchers found that iGaming is one of the most addictive activities available, and nearly 75% of people with iGaming experience reported rates of problem or pathological gambling compared to 22% without iGaming experience. Pennsylvania has legalized iGaming, and the Pennsylvania State University released an online gambling report in 2023. Researchers found that the prevalence rate of online gambling among Pennsylvania adults has increased, that helpline calls that specifically mentioned online gambling as the most problematic gambling format has increased, and that online gamblers were more likely to present with at least one potential problem gambling indicator than in-person gamblers. Our experience at the center is that when the state makes gambling more accessible through the internet, it increases harm. The center understands there is a desire to eliminate illegal gambling opportunities. However, as noted with mobile online sports betting, legalization doesn't necessarily shut out the black market for gambling, and it likely entices non-gamblers to engage in gambling activity due to its accessibility and availability. The center is here to help everyone who needs it, but we are not here to support further harm. We know Marylanders love to play casino games. We know iGaming is exceptionally addictive. For those reasons, I urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's good to see everybody again. My name is Bobby Jones. I'm the general manager at Ocean Downs Casino and Racetrack on the lovely Eastern Shore of Maryland. I live and work in the community alongside the 350 team members that we employ at Ocean Downs. I'm here today to strongly oppose iGaming in Maryland because firsthand we know the damage that it can bring to brick and mortar casinos. After iGaming came to the state of Pennsylvania, our sister property, Presque Isle, lost 15% of its revenue and 45% of its workforce. These are not just jobs, these are people, their families. Maryland's casino industry is a true success story. We've created jobs, supported local communities and businesses. We provided stable tax revenue. But iGaming puts all of this at risk. It's not just a possibility, we've seen it firsthand. In Pennsylvania, jobs disappear, businesses are lost and suffer. If iGaming passes here, it will mean fewer good-paying jobs with benefits, retirement, and health care. Some of our team members are going to be here today to share their thoughts on what it means for them personally. It's not just jobs. The state and the local community will lose tax revenue from reduced gaming and sales taxes and fewer contributions to our county. It will also limit our ability to invest in our facility long-term, which means fewer tax dollars from tourism and less long-term economic growth. I love and care deeply about our team at Ocean Downs and our team members. They're the heart of our casino, and I can't stand by while a policy threatens their future. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Joseph, and I am here in opposition of House Bill 17. At 11:59 on January 1st, 1971, the last commercial advertising cigarettes aired on television. Too little, too late to combat the unhealthy effects of tobacco. Now the TVs and billboards across our state are littered with advertisements of how glamorous the gambling lifestyle is. Celebrities, well-dressed men, and beautiful women show a picture of how exciting and lucrative a trip to the casino can be, or how much fun and social activity can be had by betting on your phone. However, the commercial for the gambling experience in my own personal life paints a very different picture. It's me standing on the roof of the parking deck at Maryland Live Casino contemplating suicide. The arguments and physical violence that happened in my home that almost destroyed my marriage. This commercial would show the mental abuse that drove my wife to a nervous breakdown and PTSD. It would show the torture I put my children through wondering why daddy continued to gamble instead of choosing to spend time with them. It would show the illegal things I did to fund my gambling, the sleepless nights, the financial ruin I created in my life, the respect and trust I lost of those closest to me. But that's not good advertisement. Now, to the glory of God, he has freed me from this prison. I celebrate over 2 years of clean time and healing from the 20 years of this evil addiction. My family has recovered, and my life is now moving in a forward direction. I owe this all to my Lord Jesus Christ. It is not my belief that all gamblers will end up destroying their lives, but I also know this statement to be true. All problem gamblers will not experience the recovery I've been blessed with. It can easily be seen that mobile devices are addictive all by themselves. With iGaming, we add another layer. By allowing an easier way to gamble, we are creating the next life-altering epidemic in our great state and country. I understand that casinos bring revenue to the state, but the question has to be asked, what brings revenue to the casino? They remain in business because gamblers are destined to lose. How much more must be lost before the damage being caused is recognized?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and District of Columbia AFL-CIO, and we strongly oppose House Bill 17. I'm not going to repeat what has been said, but let's look at the numbers, the real numbers. You hear $7 billion in illegal gaming, but then you hear that if we make this bill, if you pass this bill, we're going to get $1.6 billion over 5 years. That means only $330 million over each year. And I want to go to a recent Michigan study that just came out where individuals, the losers, are losing $200 million a month. That is wage earners, that are workers. That is money that is not going into local economies, not going into our state economies, not going to local restaurants, not going into the gas tank. That's how much is going on. We talked about, we heard, well, we have algorithms to help people with problem gaming. You heard all of those things that they can find out about the person who's gambling. Well, those are all the things they use to keep somebody hooked. Advantage, which is one of the AI developers, it says AI acts as a transformative catalyst, and that keeps the massive audience hooked. iGaming is especially dangerous because it's very rapid and you chase your losses. Also, you hear about jobs. In 2 years, I've yet to hear the other side literally give you a statistic about how many jobs are created. We can tell you how many jobs are lost. But when you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and you look at dealers, you'll find out that there's only 80,000 around the country. And of the top 4 that have the most dealers, it's Nevada, California, Washington, Florida. It is not where iGaming is, and it's not going to be creating the jobs that are just out there without any data behind it. We know this will cost jobs. We appreciate the money that you have in there for displacement because you're realizing how many jobs are going to be displaced. We strongly oppose and ask you for an unfavorable report.
Okay, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick questions. The normalization is what really gets me as, you know, we're going through this and we've just gone through the sports and now the iGaming. And the impact on men and boys, and as the governor talked about, that are already struggling and hurting in the state, as he's talked about in his State of the State speech, to a tune of 2 to 1 are impacted by addiction and problem gambling issues. Do you see, especially, Mary, have you, Ms. Drexler, I'm sorry, have you looked into, the Morgan State one was very interesting as far as studies. Have you looked at the actual kids, young boys especially, start gaming earlier and earlier, and particularly concerning like things like Fortnite, which also I think was under a lawsuit, as far as the targeting and the addictive nature of that game through particularly buying they're called skins, ironically enough, buying things like that out of the loot boxes and everything, which are they are saying is a precursor to gambling. I don't know that we've seen the full effects of what that is going to have, because my son is now 20. He's one of the generation that kind of started with that at a younger, very formative, brain-based age. Have you seen any studies on the gaming to gambling and what that's doing to our young men? And
it's a very apropos question because at our conference on June 13th this year, we are actually having someone from Rutgers who has done that research who's going to talk about gaming into gambling because of loot boxes, because of skins, because of all of that. So there is research that's out there. I know Rutgers has done some. I believe there are others, but that's the one that's coming to mind for me right now. And I think our opposition in many ways is because we still don't have a great handle on the impact of online sports betting. We had thought we would get something last year in a bill which we could do a study to really get more real accurate data on it. The data we can collect at the center is really from our helpline or from our peers, because we do maintain data on how many individuals our peers work with over the course of a year. And I can tell you right now, we have seen some increase in our calls, and that increase has been with young males, and they're not 21, some of them, and the parents of those individuals, which we didn't usually get a lot from parents. So I think there's more research that needs to be done there. So too much, too fast is where we're really coming from. Let's get a handle on the impact that we're already with internet and online gaming. And we have also heard anecdotally that they still can get on, even with sports betting, on sites that are not licensed here in the state of Maryland. So I don't know.
Do we provide any, because I know there have been other bills, and I'm not sure what all has gone in that did not make it through. And I know Governor Youngkin's just did one in Virginia about, because at the federal level, you don't have as much investing in as far as gambling and problem gaming and the addiction aspect of it as you do maybe tobacco, as you do maybe alcohol. So have there been any curriculums that are designed, that have been implemented in the schools to talk to our youth about some of this that you know of?
Yeah, we have worked on one with university or Child Health Services Division, and we have Smart Choices Maryland, of which we just completed a video on, which will be available to educators online, and which was one of the reasons we did it, because educators are inundated with all kinds of training, and this was they could do at their convenience. So we have made inroads in that. We do know from research over and over again that young males can begin gambling as young as 8 and understand that gambling position. And there is research to show that the younger you start, the more apt you are to develop a problem with gambling. And we do know there's a gaming to gambling connection. And that's why we're addressing it this year, because we haven't really put a whole lot fully into that, but it's time to do that as we're doing more online and mobile. So.
Great, thank you. And then Ms. Donna, do you have any, so my question to the chair was about like the commission, and if they do find that either jobs around the casino, in the casino, have gone down, like what recommendations would you like to see if that would happen? I mean, we already have putting it into the workforce development, retraining, things like that, but what would be the impact of those losses? Because once it's already happened and we know it's happened, getting them back is going to be really hard. So I don't know if you've seen anything that.
Well, just looking at it, and anytime we appreciate that there is always money there for people who lose their jobs, but retraining them for what? Especially when you're looking at Allegheny County and you're looking at Ocean Downs, those jobs that we're talking about that's going to be lost, not just in, they all talk about dealership, but we're talking about the regular housekeeping and also table work and, all of the servers, et cetera. Those jobs are going to go away, and it's not like it's going to be created in those areas that you're going to have those other jobs. So retrain for what jobs, and like I said, the revenue the fiscal note is not taking into account not just the loss of the jobs, but the loss of the income from people who are betting, but also the loss that we're going to take in sports betting. Because in every state that has iGaming, sports betting goes down. So there's a lot to look at and consider, and I really like what you said, too fast, too soon, without knowing the facts of what we're creating.
And sir, thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your story, and congratulations on the 2 years, is that? Congratulations.
And I wanted to thank Delegate Miller and Delegate Hartman for their genuine concern with their questioning earlier about the problem that gambling can cause.
Thank you for being here.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question's for the gentleman from Unite here. I think it was Mr. Carlton, correct?
Yes,
So
Mr. Hashi.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hashi.
Okay, I was looking through the list. I'm not good with names, but
Oh, no
since
problem.
Madam
No
Chair tried to have me use names earlier, I was trying hard and didn't work, so. I represent Ocean Downs, which in our district, it's probably one of the best employers as far as full-time, well-paying jobs. So I have real concern as to the job loss. And I asked questions earlier about the impact in Pennsylvania. And the gentleman, Mr. Pappas, I believe, was very emphatic about it. You know, there isn't a job loss, that with iGaming, it actually grows gaming, and apparently at the casino level. So if you represent the union, I think you would know firsthand what happened in Pennsylvania. Could you give that story as to what happened after iGaming passed, and then what happened after casinos opened?
Absolutely. The Pennsylvania Gaming Authority publishes an annual report every year that's on its website. And part of that annual report is the number of total jobs at each casino. And if we look back to 2019, there were 12 casinos in Pennsylvania. Adding up the total employment, it was 16,717 jobs, right? Since then, the market has added 5 casinos, as we heard, 2 full-size and 3 small satellite casinos. The most recent annual report shows that where employment is currently total, including those 5 additional new casinos, is at 15,857 jobs. So that's an overall loss of 860 jobs, or a 5% decline. And we could look at those numbers and say, well, we've made most of a recovery to pre-pandemic levels. Or we could go one step further, like you asked, and say, well, what was the impact on the original 12 casinos, right? So the 12 casinos that were employing those 16,717 people in 2019 now employ 13,039 people, according to those same state reports, which is a loss of 3,678 jobs, or a 22% decline. And so the argument that we've heard from the industry is, well, actually, that's an impact of the pandemic. And I think that is an important question to really dig into the causation. And the Innovation Group study that was commissioned by the Maryland Lottery had the correct methodology, I believe, because they took the iGaming states as a group, and they took the non-iGaming states as a group, and they compared them over the same period of time. And so obviously every state, iGaming or non-iGaming state, was impacted by the pandemic. So that was a methodology that attempted to control for the impact of the pandemic. It also used methods in the study to control for the varying impacts of growth of population, other factors like that. And they arrived at the isolated impact of iGaming being the 10% cannibalization number that's been discussed, right? At the individual casino level, you heard from Churchill Downs, the same parent company as Ocean Downs, their specific experience in Pennsylvania of even deeper job losses at that casino. I can say on behalf of Unite here, we represent the Harrah's Philadelphia, where we've seen an extreme and deeper job loss, that the number of total employment at that casino in the state reports went from just over 1,200 jobs to now 563 jobs in that same time frame of 2019 to present. So we do see a pattern in the data where there was a certain level of employment at 2019 that was around over 16,000 jobs, a steep drop off with the pandemic, and then a slow recovery that's almost reached the pre-pandemic levels but has not yet reached pre-pandemic levels. And those job gains were almost entirely driven by the 5 new casinos in the market, where we have no plan to currently add brick and mortar casinos in the market. And if we look specifically, Pennsylvania is a state jurisdiction that provides a breakdown of this new iGaming. They've legalized both online slots and online table games like this bill contemplates. They do provide the breakdown in their monthly revenue numbers, how much is happening on online slots versus how much is happening on online tables, where there are some new live dealer jobs associated. The most recent report from December is that 73% of the gambling was happening on the online slot games, which do not create live dealer jobs. And we can see that pattern in the data, even in the brick and mortar casinos now in Maryland, much more of the gaming revenue is coming from the slot machines versus the table games. That pattern is consistent across the industry, across jurisdictions, both brick and mortar and online. And I think it's why states are now taking different paths, right? There's only 6 states that have completely legalized the online slot machines and table games. That's Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey, West Virginia, Connecticut, and Delaware. Only 3 of those states truly have large populations. Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey generate the bulk of the current legal iGaming market in the United States, each generating over $2 billion annually of a market nationwide. The legal iGaming market nationwide is just under $8 billion annually right now, right? Another state, Rhode Island, the most recent state to legalize iGaming, chose tables only, not slots, a lot because of this discussion of jobs. And Nevada has chosen poker only, not slots, not tables. And of course, they're the largest gaming jurisdiction in the United States.
So one last question. Last year, we used the number of 10% cannibalization, from the start. With the new data and everything that's showing up, what is your thought as to the impact it would have in Maryland if it passed as presented as far as job loss in Maryland?
I think that the job loss number is extremely hard to predict because sometimes the job losses that we're seeing is even larger than the loss of revenue that we're seeing. So we shouldn't take one-to-one that a 10% drop in revenue only means a 10% drop in jobs, especially the jobs that are the hotel housekeeper, the server, the bartender, the cook, the dishwasher, right? And I do think the 10% is the best methodology, the best estimate that we have based on recent data. What no one knows is how much further is this trend upwards going to go. And what we've seen in recent years is that in the iGaming states, the online play is making up a larger and larger sum of the total gaming revenue. In the Detroit market last year, for the first time, the scale tipped, and the 3 Detroit casinos made more on the online slot machines and table games than they made on the in-person slot machines and table games. And nobody knows how much further that trend is going to continue. So I think based on the study that the state of Maryland commissioned, 10% is the correct short-term estimate, and no one can answer the correct long-term estimate.
I really appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Carlton, Roxy Herbuchen, Matt Lieber, Josh Baker, Kenneth Crawford.
Did you say Kenneth Crawford?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep. So I would have called more people, so I know your name. Can you tell me, sir, your name?
Josh Baker.
Okay, I just want to call. Is David Carlton here? Roxy Herbuchen?
Yes, I signed up Dominic Taylor.
Dominique Taylor? Okay, come forward. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Sure. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, apologies for the confusion earlier. For the record, my name is Matt Lieber. I'm Legislative Chair for the Maryland Tourism Coalition. We are here to oppose this bill. The Tourism Coalition can't find it in any way that we would support any type of bill that would reduce the amount of people that are coming to our brick and mortar casinos, because they are an economic driver for our tourism industry. There's always been a lot of talk today about revenue. I just want to give you some revenue numbers about tourism. So we had 45.1 million visitors to Maryland, 20.4 billion in direct spend that generated 2.4 billion in tax revenue, and we employ 190,000 people in the tourism industry. We're the 11th largest private sector industry in Maryland. As we just heard in that last panel, there's going to be a reduction in people that are going to brick and mortar casinos. While that directly affects those casino workers, whether that's hospitality or the dealers themselves, it also affects all the businesses around those casinos, whether that's a restaurant, the hotels, the entertainment industry, the recreational parks. People do other things when they come to casinos, and that drives a lot of revenue to this state, and it's important that we maintain that revenue. Think about this county alone, in Anne Arundel County. If less people go to Maryland Live, what's that mean for Arundel Mills? We see malls closing all over this country. That mall's not going to be sustained. in Rocky Gap. If people aren't going to Rocky Gap Casino, that's going to drive business away from the industry around that they're going there for the weekend, a long week. They're doing other things than that casino. Ocean Downs drives people to Ocean City year round. You know, it's a resort town, so if people aren't going there in the winter, that's a struggle for those businesses that are down there. That's less jobs for those people. So someone said this before, that, you know, it's too fast, too soon. We haven't seen what really happens in these other states yet. I think we need to step back and say, let's them figure it out. Maryland doesn't always have to be the first to the table. If this doesn't go well, let them fail and let us learn from that lesson. We can always come back to this. I think we're looking for a short-term fix to a revenue problem that's going to create a long-term problem. We're going to put people out of work. That's less tax revenue to the state in the long run. We need to look at the whole picture. The fiscal note doesn't even address what happens around the casinos. So we'd like an unfavorable report on this bill.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Josh Baker, Union Representative. I'm proud to represent UFCW Local 27, which serves over 18,000 members across Maryland, some of which are here today, others are working. On behalf of our union, I submit this testimony in strong opposition to House Bill 17. The introduction of iGaming threatens to displace thousands of workers employed at Maryland's brick and mortar gaming facilities, including casinos. These facilities provide stable, good-paying jobs with benefits to our members and many others across the state. House Bill 17 risks undermining these jobs by diverting revenue away from physical establishments to online platforms. The shift to online platforms will reduce foot traffic to these establishments, leading to declines in revenue and consequently reduced contributions to the local economy. UFCW Local 27 urges the Ways and Means Committee to prioritize the well-being of Maryland's workers, communities, and families by rejecting House Bill 17. The potential revenue gains from iGaming does not outweigh the significant economic and social costs this bill would impose. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony. We urge an unfavorable vote on House Bill 17.
Hello, my name is Dominique Taylor. Thank you, Chairwoman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the Ways and Means Committee for this opportunity to address you. My father was a military man. He retired in 05. That's when my family moved from Virginia Beach to Salisbury. I graduated from Wacomico High School, and I have lived and worked in Maryland for all my adult life. I traveled here this morning. I traveled here this morning from my home in Salisbury. I came with some of my coworkers from Ocean Downs Casino. I work in the EVS department. We are responsible for keeping the casino clean and orderly. With all the customers coming and going, it takes 3 shifts of cleaners, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to maintain high standards at the casino. We clean public areas, bathrooms, restaurants, kitchens, outside entrances, smoking areas, and etc. I was glad when I got hired at the casino because so much of the work in our area is part-time or seasonal. At the casino, I get 40 hours of pay each week year-round. I have worked in the hospitality industry before. I currently live with my mom and dad to help them cover their expenses. It has gotten more expensive in our area, and with all of our contribute to keep the household going, all of us benefit from our job at the casino. I work with great people. Some are like me, living with their folks. Others are retirees, single moms, students, or just young families. We all really need our jobs. Some people travel from far and near just to get a decent job. EVS is where a lot of employees start out. Once you are working at the casino, you can move up into other jobs. Under our union contract, the casino has to offer promotions within before hiring from outside casinos. I hope to take advantage of this opportunity and move into other positions at the casino. So I hope you can see why the casino workers are really worried about what we will do if iGaming is legalized. iGaming will definitely take away customers. Will definitely take away customers away from the casino. I hope you can see what a huge blow this will be to us and our families. If you destroy some of the best jobs in our area, this is our lives, and we really do need you to hear us out. Please give an unfavorable reading to the House Bill 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Heidi Zimmerman. I work at Horseshoe Baltimore Casino as a banquet server and Brew Brothers bartender. I have worked in the hospitality industry for 16 years in a wide variety of venues. I joined the team at Horseshoe Baltimore in 2015. Before the COVID pandemic, we had a very busy banquet schedule at the casino. Myself and other banquet servers earned an hourly wage plus guaranteed gratuity thanks to our union contract. You don't have a regular schedule with banquet work. It is completely driven by events. This was fine for me. My kids were grown, and I liked the variety and enjoyed working with all the different customers. When banquet business was slow, I picked up bartending shifts at the public bars in the casino. When my coworkers and I came back after the pandemic shut down, we did not have the same banquet business. I started working more bartender shifts. As a tipped worker in a casino, the money I make is mostly in tips. 80% or more of my income comes from the tips paid to me by the customers. Some shifts I make more than others depending on the number of people who come in. This is also true for the thousands of other tip workers in Maryland casinos, slot attendants, dealers, cage cashiers, all food and beverage servers. The math is easy. There is no disagreement that iGaming will cause a reduction in foot traffic at the casinos. Less customers means less people to serve, which equals less tips, which means less income for casino workers and less jobs. It is important that you realize that for thousands of Maryland casino jobs, there is a family that depends on that person to pay rent, put food on the table, buy school supplies, clothing, and shoes. Our banquet business is really just recovering from the pandemic. I speak for all of my coworkers when I say, please do not take another bite out of our customer base by legalizing iGaming in Maryland. Give House Bill 17 an unfavorable reading. Thank you.
Thank you. And I let you testify, but you're not signed up.
I was for David Carlton.
Okay, no, you have to sign, if your name is on here, you can testify. If you sign up for someone else, you have to sign up for yourself. Whoever's on here and whose name I call has to come forward. That's how staff keeps track of who's here. That's how I keep track of who's here. You can't sign up for other people. So moving forward, I'm not going to permit that, but I did let you go ahead and testify. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Chair people. My name is Kenneth Crawford. I'm a peer support specialist for the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I started gambling at a pretty young age. I have a mother that has gambling problems. I didn't get it. I started playing poker back during the poker boom of the early 2000s and started playing internet poker. I got really good at it. I played probably 10 hours a day, every day for the next 6 years. And them games, you know, the offshore sites that I played on, they didn't have any of the traditional casino games that would probably be on this bill or the apps and stuff like that. So when the DOJ came down, it was Black Friday, they called it, and they shut down the poker sites. I was left to wait until it came into town at Maryland Live, and I started playing live poker there, and that's really where I found out I had a gambling problem, as I found the games, the other games like slots very addicting and exciting, and just way faster than you know, poker can be boring. So I got into recovery and everything, but I have a mother also, and she's 80 years old. She plays. I moved her with me in Delaware because she lost her house. She lost everything. Her businesses, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and she's got gambling disorder. And so she moved in with me in Delaware. I thought it'd be pretty safe there, only to find out that Delaware has legalized online gaming, and she's doing well. We got control of her money and everything, make sure her bills are paid, and she's able to live. But I strongly urge to an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Fair?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. and thank you all for your testimony. This, obviously, we're hearing from a lot of people on both sides of this issue, and it's really impactful to be able to hear the personal stories and the impacts and the fears and the concerns that each of you share. Mr. Leiber, a few of your comments kind of stuck out in my head, and I just wanted to get some clarity around those ideas. We heard earlier from a number of small business owners that are operating sports wagering and sports betting facilities throughout the state that they would prefer the help of a program like this because they are struggling and they are not viable unless we give them enough tools to be able to operate. Is your contention that the up to 10% cannibalization that we're hearing about, I've heard data that show that that number might be as little as 5%, but 10%, let's use their number, 10% cannibalization is a greater impact to the regional economy than if every OTB, the 4 OTBs, the 2 bingo halls, all of the smaller non-Big Six casinos, if all of them were to shut down because they cannot be economically feasible or viable in this environment?
I personally think the impact will be greater to the overall environment. So again, I use the Arundel Mills example.
Yep.
So if we could, as Delegate Buckle talked about, this could be a trend where we keep seeing internet gaming going up and up and up, the brick and mortar going down and down and down.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have that foot traffic at Maryland Live, are those businesses at Arundel Mills viable? And that's not, a couple off-track betting and bingo halls. That's 100 businesses in one single location that rely on that casino to be viable. So, and that's just one example, and just going across that, you have hotels in that area, you have restaurants that are outside of Arundel Mills, outside of the casino itself. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger outside of that picture when you have less and less people coming to the state to spend money in those businesses. And on the tourism side, the benefit to the state is most of the time that is money that's not from Maryland. That's somebody from Pennsylvania coming down to Maryland Live, staying in the hotel there, spending money in the casino, going to the mall to go to medieval times with their kids or something along those lines. So that's money that's not coming out of Marylanders' pocket, it's coming out of some other state resident's pocket. So that's why it's so important.
So representing a district that has a county that abuts 3 separate states in Frederick, and representing a district that has an OTB located next to a mall, as you mentioned prior, located inside of a larger hotel, located with other businesses spanning the entire region of that corridor as a business economic sector, you're saying that if that OTB collapses, it's no big deal. But if we pick up, as long as we keep and maintain these other casinos, even with talking about maybe a 10% cannibalization, not a closing or collapsing of the economy around there, but a 10% shift, that is more devastating than to, I'll just say, smaller jurisdictions that aren't the size of Anne Arundel, that aren't the size of Baltimore, that are going to have these kind of cornerstone markets destroyed and collapse because they can't compete in this marketplace. You're saying that that is a less of an impact?
I'm not saying it's less of an impact. I'm saying this bill doesn't solve either of those problems.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's interesting because the only time I ever go to, I don't go to Maryland Live, but I go to Arundel Mills to go to medieval times or to shop. I never go to the casino, but you brought them up. I mean, Maryland Live, they operate online gaming in Pennsylvania in their establishment, and I find it kind of odd that, I mean, perhaps they would, but they have a brick and mortar there and they do online there. Why the example you gave was someone from Pennsylvania would come down to Maryland Live. They would just go to their own Maryland Live. That's right there. I don't know that they would come to the one located in Maryland, but that was really rhetorical, but I do kind of have a question for you. And I should have asked it to the previous panel, but everyone keeps quoting Ms. Drexler, who says it's too much too fast. So if you've heard of sweepstakes games are happening just exponentially fast, like out the box, and they're unregulated. And I'm looking at an article in the Washington Post of a man in his 40s who's lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to unregulated sweepstakes games. And he says that all he had to do, it was highly addictive, it's like online casinos, but it's not. And all he had to do to register was to put in his email. If he wanted to withdraw cash, now he had to give a little bit more information, so that's interesting. And it's the primary business running this is out of Australia, and in 2023, their revenues were $4 billion. And they can target whomever they want, whenever they want, and it's completely unregulated with no protections. So my question to you is, doesn't it seem like that's too much too fast, and shouldn't that be regulated? I mean, if we regulate this entire market, we're regulating the sweepstakes, which there's absolutely no regulations right now. So from what you're saying, and the people that came before you, quite frankly, it seems like you would rather let's just have this unregulated market, particularly if we're concerned about problem gambling, let's just have this unregulated market, and let's just let folks get targeted who are at risk, who have gambling problems, who are kids, which I have 3 kids of my own. I don't want them gambling. So let's just have this unregulated market and do absolutely nothing about it. So is that your preference?
To me?
Yes.
So I'm not an expert in problem gambling. I think it's
Well, you said that this is all happening too fast, too much too fast.
and I'm looking at it from the economic standpoint.
Ms. Drexler, who runs the Problem Gaming Center, and then she was quoted by Donna Edwards from the unions. So if everybody's going to keep quoting it, I want us to all be on the same page. What's happening too much too fast is sweepstakes and all these unregulated operators that are coming out and targeting just the people that you're trying to protect. So, I mean, if we sit here and we do absolutely nothing, then how many more Marylanders are going to be harmed? If that's what we're really concerned about, how many kids are going to be harmed if that's what we're really concerned about? I mean, I think we need to start focusing on that. And you can respond if you like, but it was really actually rhetorical. Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question as relates to the Tourism Coalition. Last week, I testified that one of the proposals, bill we're looking at, targets a different audience. My question is, when I hear the comments about the loss of jobs and the loss of attendance at the casinos, how would you justify, would you identify that with iGaming, it might be a different target group? It may be people who were not going to go to the casino in the first place, or for those of us who go to the casino, maybe not to gamble, but to maybe have a nice meal or to go for entertainment. I would like to have a balanced response to that. Thank you.
Yes, and iGaming will target people that don't normally come to a casino. But as we heard from data from the last panel, it talked about the number of people that were going to the casinos in these states that have put iGaming into place. There was a reduction. The evidence is showing that now. And that does go back to, Madam Chair, in answer to your previous question. We don't know the effects yet because it is so new about what actually will happen with those trends. Will they get worse? Will they get better? Or will they stabilize? That we need to find out what those effects are going to be. Are people actually going to still go to the casinos or not? Or is this just a whole new group of people? I don't think the evidence is fully there yet to say it is a whole new group of people.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I would suggest that it is a whole group of people, because as Delegate Miller mentioned, she said that her son, I think she said he was about 20, was one of the, new tech folks. I mean, my kids are 13, 11, and 10, and they are just all the way tech. They, since they could walk, had tablets, which is not a bad thing necessarily, because that is society these days, and you need to teach your kids as a parent or a guardian or whatever how to be on it responsibly, how to do things responsibly, as with everything. So I think it is a different group of people. I personally don't want to go to a casino for any reason. I don't want to go to the market. I am too busy with all my children and being here all the time. I want anything and everything that could be delivered to my house. So if I were going to play a game, which I'm not, I would prefer to do it on my phone. Okay, thank you all for being here. Next, we have James Nolan, William Hinman, Mark Colgan, who signed up twice, Karen Miller, Kenneth Wolfson. James Nolan, William Hinman, Mark Colgan.
Mark Colgan is not here.
He is not here, thank you. I just want to fill up all the seats. If you could just tell me your name, so I don't keep, what's your name?
William Hinman.
Okay, ma'am?
Karen Miller.
Kenneth
Sir.
Wolfson.
James Nolan.
Okay. Kenneth Wolfson?
Yes.
You're Kenneth Wolfson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shane Sterry? Okay. You can go ahead, sir. You want to start?
You want me to start? Sure.
please.
Good afternoon, Madam Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Will Hyman. I'm the peer supervisor at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 17 as a person in long-term recovery from a gambling disorder and whose family was negatively impacted by iGaming. I also assist people whose lives have been negatively impacted by iGaming, so know firsthand the potential risk should this bill be passed. My second marriage was destroyed after I was introduced to an offshore iGaming website. I love my family and absolutely did not want a second broken home, but the mental obsession of having casino games at my disposal 24/7 was simply too overpowering. I remember being completely consumed with online blackjack on our last family trip to Ocean City, and then while already in the doghouse after we got home, started playing online poker at the dinner table with my wife and my kids. The final straw, though, was when I turned our master bathroom into my smoking poker lounge so I wouldn't have to go outside to smoke my cigarettes. I remember one night I won my first poker tournament and went running through the house screaming and yelling at 4 o'clock in the morning, woke up my wife and woke up my kids, and swore to my wife I had found my new calling. The insanity is I sincerely believed she was going to be happy for me. Obviously, that was not the case, and it led to a second divorce. I've spoken to spouses and parents who can't even trust their kids or spouses to go to the bathroom without worrying that they're in there blowing money, gambling. I've worked with a Montgomery County resident that drives over the Pennsylvania line to play online roulette. At one point, he couldn't get himself to turn his car around because he was living out of his car for 3 days. He said the mental obsession to gamble was just too great. We already know, should it be legalized, that this would be advertised and marketed very aggressively, as we've seen with sports gambling, and that truly scares me. We know it's going to increase the new client base, and it's going to lead to a lot of new people gambling. I have absolutely no doubt it's going to create revenue, but is this really how we want to fix the deficit? I strongly urge an unfavorable report to HB 17.
Good day, Chair Atterbury and committee. My name is Karen Miller. Good day, Chair Atterbury and committee. My name is Karen Miller. I'm here to testify on House Bill 17 regarding internet gambling. I oppose this bill as a Western Maryland certified peer recovery support specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. My region includes Allegheny, Carroll, Frederick, Garrett, Montgomery, and Washington counties. I assist problem gamblers who reach out for help through the 1-800-GAMBLER helpline. I'm in recovery for almost 5 years from a severe gambling addiction. I gambled for 30 years, a decade of which I was out of control. I lost relationships, time, self, and I also put our family in financial ruin. My husband and my children were my victims. If I wanted to gamble, I was going to gamble. I never followed my intended limits or control my constant urges to gamble. I'm powerless over my disease. Our brains refuse to cut off even when recognizing the damage that we're causing ourselves and our families. Our brains tell us to keep betting to recoup our losses, or that big win is getting ready to come. The center's peers take the calls through the 1-800-GAMBLER helpline. Many young men are seeking services nowadays and peer support for addiction to online sports betting. I hear in their voices how I used to feel while in active addiction of being helpless and hopeless. If House Bill 17 passed, iGaming could create a whole new population of Maryland residents seeking help for their gambling addiction. We're seeing an uptick in calls from families as well who are uncertain what's happening with their loved ones who are gambling out of control. Their lives are affected just like any other addiction, such as drug and alcohol disorders. I strongly urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 17. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name's Ken Wolfson, and I'm a certified peer sports specialist at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, and I'm here in opposition of HB 17. Hired in 2017, I am the very first problem gambling peer in the state of Maryland. I'm also a person in long-term recovery from alcohol and gambling, and by the grace of God, I'm happy to report have over 31 years of recovery today. I use my lived experience to assist Marylanders caught in an endless cycle of gambling-related issues and consequences. Like so many others, gambling gave me my wings and then took away my sky. So who better to speak on this subject than someone that has been there themselves? I am therefore uniquely qualified to speak on an experiential level about this subject. The prospect of passing iGaming in Maryland, as my coworkers and I deal with the endless issues created by casino gambling and recently passed electronic sports betting, strikes me as a galactically poor idea, egregious at best. Since when did it ever seem like a great idea to put one of the purest forms of addiction into the hands of every Marylander with an electronic device with 24-hour access? Using iGaming to reconcile Maryland's financial woes at the expense of Marylanders does not sound like a logical or responsible approach to balancing our budget, and I would hope that we could do better. All too often, we see families torn apart, financial ruin, bankruptcy, criminal activity, physical abuse, and worse, all due to problem gambling. It should not be so difficult to see the tsunami of issues iGaming would likely create. With the highest incidence of suicide of any addiction, and being on the front lines, I have seen firsthand the negative effects of where ease of access to gambling can take our vulnerable Maryland population. Therefore, I urge an unfavorable report on HB 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name's Shane Sterry. I'm with Seafarers International Union. I represent several casinos up and down the East Coast in this state and other states. 2 major casinos in this state represent thousands of employees. The majority of my membership is tipped employees, and what was presented earlier, the 10%, it doesn't account for the jobs that remain. The tipped employees, all of their money will go down. Obviously, we all understand less foot traffic means less money for tipped employees. That's evident with sports betting. In one of my casinos, I had 5 sports ticket writers per shift at that casino, went down to 1. All sports bets online are non-tipped. No one's tipping online. No one tips these dealers online. That's what they're not telling you. That 10% doesn't account for that lost revenue for each individual employee. That's tax money for each one of for each employee also for the state. I did want to point out a Harvard study recently, January 24th, 2025 was released. Studies that they did show that online gamblers, particularly those who use multiple sites, have the highest rate of harm. The ones with the highest rates are lying in bed at night on their iPads while their partners sleep. I spoke to several people over the weekend. I speak to several members, 50 to 100 new members a week about iGaming. Not one person has said it's a good idea. And I'm in the casinos 3 or 4 times a week, walking around on the floors, talking to members. No one thinks it's a good idea. No one thinks their kids should be on their iPads gambling all the time.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is James Nolan.
I'm a certified peer recovery specialist working at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. Right now, I'm an individual in recovery. I'm helping others that are struggling with this disease. I've heard a lot of things this morning regarding how we're out of balance as far as money goes. I understand you made a comment about what about the overseas accounts? How are we going to shore those up? Are we just going to let our kids gamble overseas online, lose that money? My response to that would be to shut that down as opposed to joining them and following in those footsteps. In another life, I was a member, esteemed member of Prince George's County Police Department for about 20 years. I loved that job. I loved what I was doing. I treated people with respect, and I felt like I was doing value to the community. Unfortunately, during those years, I developed a gambling problem. In those days, I had to make trips down 95 to Atlantic City in order to gamble. I didn't know I had a problem, as most problem gamblers don't realize. Ultimately, I committed a crime to hide this disease from myself, my family, and my job. Gambling cost me my job, a job I loved. It almost cost me my life. I'm now doing something that I enjoy doing again. I'm helping individuals that are struggling with the disease. I'm helping individuals that have a hard time saying no, because gambling is every bit of an addiction as drugs and alcohol. Don't have to ingest anything, we don't have to drink anything, but that's how strong it is. With people in early recovery, they're struggling not to gamble. And the mere fact that they will be able to sit at home without leaving their living room, dining room, couch, and gamble is unfathomable. For that, I'm against 17. Thank you.
Thank you. I do just want to say, because you just mentioned to shut down the illegal market. So legally, we can't because it's not regulated. And also, if it's overseas, we can't do it either. Our Attorney General has sent out 11 letters, cease and desist letters, and was essentially told by 6 operators who responded, which I'm actually shocked they even responded because they don't have to because they're not in Maryland, that they were operating legally. So unless we regulate it, we can't shut any of it down.
Okay, so basically, we should just join them and say, okay, you can gamble at home, you can gamble from wherever, because we can't shut the illegal ones down.
So I get to ask the questions, but that's how it works. But I understand your position. I'm just telling you, legally, we cannot shut them down. We can't. Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions, and I feel for anyone who has an addiction. I don't pretend to know what that's like, or have I ever even come in contact with someone who really had any type of addiction. But my question is, and anyone can answer, or do you see a difference between an online addiction or an in-person addiction, and with the online addiction, with the online protections that are in the bill, do you see that helping at all? And then to you, I don't remember your name.
Shane.
But Shane, for the online tips issue, if there was something in the bill that would help, I don't know, some requirements or something for, I don't know if you can require tips. I don't know, how we help that. But if there was something is there something that could get you to support the bill or be favorable with an amendment or something? My point here is that everyone has opposition, that everyone with oppositions has stated why they're opposing. Is there anything that would say I can meet somewhere in the middle? That's my question.
Well, one of the things that I believe, everybody in this room, and I appreciate your candor and your honesty about not being affected by anybody with an addiction. And I understand some of us in here have never even been into a casino, don't care to gamble, which is fine. I would venture to say that everybody in this room, at least one person knows somebody that's affected by an addiction. At least one person knows somebody that is struggling with this disease. Might have been from the Super Bowl last night where somebody lost an exceptional amount of money and they're trying to figure out how to regain it. It might be from the Super Bowl where somebody won an exceptional amount of money and are trying to figure out how they're going to double or triple it. As far as the safeguards that were mentioned earlier, speaking as a problem gambler, I'm not going to put a limit on a website saying, please stop me if I lose X amount of money. Because if I'm at a casino and I lose X amount of money, I don't want the casino telling me I can't win my money back. If I'm at a casino and I win X amount of money, you bet the casino's going to implore me to come back, whether it's with gifts, rooms, meals, because they want my business. So as a problem gambler, we're not going to limit the amount of money that we can lose or limit our chances of winning that money back. So the safeguards are all good and said if somebody puts them in place, but problem gamblers, unfortunately, aren't going to put them in place. And the fact that we're gambling, most of us don't start out as problem gamblers. Most of us don't go to that first casino. We don't sign up on a sports bet. We're not problem gamblers at the beginning. But along the line, we get the taste of this action, the dopamine hits, the glory, and we want more. And we cross this invisible line to where it becomes a problem and is out of control. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you for that answer.
I'd like to add something, if I may. Thank you for your question and lovely comments. The safeguards is what I'd like to speak about. The safeguards that we've heard today that are in place at a live casino. When you go in, we heard it before, you know, that it almost felt to me like, hey, if you like what we do and you're having a problem in the casino, you're going to love what you've got planned for you online to keep you safe. Having burned my life down with gambling at dozens of casinos, and like Mr. Nolan, you know, I mostly went to Atlantic City. I did some here in the state, in Vegas. And I'm dually addicted, right? I'm in recovery for gambling and alcohol. And I don't gamble every time that I drink, but I drink every time that I gamble. Thank God I'm in recovery. It's ugly, right? And I can tell you, I got knee walking drunk more than my fair share of time sitting at a blackjack table. That was my game. Not once did anybody approach me and offer me a hand up or let's go have a cup of coffee and take a break or any of that. And I don't slur my speech or stumble when I'm just as out of control with gambling. Let's say I haven't been drinking. It is reckless and irresponsible and difficult to watch a guy like me play. However, I will pursue it to the ends of the earth until I'm out of money, go back, get more money, come back, try and win the money I lost back. And we heard it. The casinos know us better than we know ourselves. They know how I gamble. When I would lose and come back again and again, I did not have anyone approach me, offering me any help, safeguards, hey, call this number, talk to these people, let's take a break. None of that happened. None of it. And conversely to that, when I would win large sums of money, I would usually have a casino host come and grab me as soon as possible and say, hey, Mr. Wolfson, congratulate on your good fortune. Do you like steak? We got a place here that has $300 a meal. You'll never have a better steak dinner in your life. Or, hey, are you staying with us? Would you like a suite? Would you allow us to bump you up to a blah, 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 blah? And this is the how and the why of it all. You know, because they know me. They know a guy like me can't disconnect. If you put me out on that gambling floor with money, put me up in a nice room and stroke my ego, I'm going to go back down there and play and lose all that money. I can win the money, I just can't get out of the casino with money. I don't have an off button when it comes to gambling. I'm incredibly responsible and loving when it comes to my family and my work. But when it comes to gambling, incredibly dishonest and irresponsible. I hope that helps.
Delegate Miller.
I also just wanted to.
Delegate Miller, has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And especially Mr. Wolfson, I wanted to get back to something. So as part of the blueprint, we are actually spending millions and millions of dollars on helping treat mental health in our young people and doing wraparound services and everything like that. So one of the comments that you had in there, I just wanted to clarify. I know that there's a very high comorbidity with gambling addiction, especially problem gaming and other either substance abuse, like you were saying, or any other kind of mental health aspect. So could you comment, especially on the suicide aspect, and then anyone else who wants to chime in about the comorbidities, that's fine, but particularly about the suicide number and the prevalence of suicide rates in people.
I'd be happy to share that.
Yeah.
Pardon me. I'd be happy to share that.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Will, because I know you're good on numbers, but I believe the figures are approximately 75% of problem gamblers will consider suicide as an option. And I didn't know this when I first took this job in 2017, but 1 in 7 people that we deal with will actually attempt it.
Yeah, I mean, 50% of disorder gamblers will have thoughts of suicide. 1 in 5 or 6 will actually attempt it. At this table, Jim and myself both had a plan in place to take our lives. So, I mean, we're living proof of that. And thank God we both had interventions and were forced to get help, but some people aren't that lucky.
Thank you for being here and for sharing the stories to help someone else.
But I did want to address the questions asked kind of directly.
That question's passed. Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to address her.
No, the question's over.
Oh, she asked me a question directly, I
The
thought.
question's over. We moved on. Thank you, this panel.
I do have an answer for you, by the way.
You can follow up with her individually.
That's what I was just saying.
Okay, you can follow up with her individually. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have lots of other people who waited a long time to testify. Tony Hill, Wayne Frazier, John Lacey, Nancy Stack, Brianne Dura Schuall, Can we just start with you, sir, and we'll just work our way down? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Tony Hill. I'm managing partner of Edwards & Hill Office Furniture. And this has been a very, very interesting hearing for me because I want everybody to win, right? The state needs money. I want the state to have the money that we need. People have businesses that they want to flourish. People have people that they want to be safe. And I get all that. But I do think, and I ask you to take a long, hard look at what this could mean. If we have brick and mortar casinos, hotels, restaurants, and so forth, it affects a lot of small businesses like mine. If there are online casinos, how much furniture will they buy? How much flatware will they buy? How many garbage bags will they buy? How much hand sanitizer? So on and so forth. These are things that have to be purchased over and over again. And if these numbers, and you all have talked about whether it's going to impact it one way or the other. If these numbers have a negative impact on the visitors to the brick and mortar casinos, then what will it mean for not just the employees, but the residual effect of business owners and the employees that they employ and the money that goes back into the economy of the state as a result of those people having jobs, as well as the people having jobs at the casinos. So I would just implore you to give it a lot of thought and think deeper than just the ability to fill a gap in the budget and what it might mean long-term. And for that reason, I'm opposed to HB 17. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Frazier, and I'm president of the Maryland-Washington Minority Companies Association. We're located in Baltimore City. We are a trade association that represents women and minority-owned businesses, and we advocate for their total inclusion throughout corporate and Maryland and federal government. On behalf of our association, we oppose iGaming and question, are you trying to set up one company that claims to be a minority-owned business for the sole purpose of winning a license to satisfy your minority business inclusion? And that's what it sounds as if, that you want to pass legislation to anoint one business, one minority business, to win this opportunity. It sounds like a sole source opportunity. And I'm all for minority and women businesses to achieve and succeed. But when you write in regulations in your legislation that will favor one business over all the rest, I have a concern with that. Secondly, in reference to women and minority business, are you aware that there are size standards, net worth size standards, that one must maintain? I don't know, including this gentleman here and that gentleman over there, two minority businesses, who could write you $1 million check to pay for that license. Sounds as if you want to create a whole new classification for minority business ownership and how they're seen. For that, I'm opposed vehemently to this moving forward. I think you have some legal issues as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the House Ways Committee. My name is Nancy Stack. Back in January of 2013, I was a 15-year resident of Cecil County. I voted to approve legalized video lottery terminals and also table games in Maryland. When I heard about the open house at Perryville Casino to recruit table games dealers, I decided to attend. At the time, I had been working at a moving company up in Philadelphia, and I wanted to work closer to home, but there had been no jobs available for the same or better wages than the wages up in Philly. At Perryville Open House, I was selected to be a part-time dealer. I took classes then to become a dealer. Honestly, I didn't really like dealing poker. I realized that I could work as a slot attendant at the Perryville Casino and make almost what I was making at my Philly job. I was able to work my way up to becoming a full-time slot attendant, quit the other job. This allowed me to support myself without a long commute. I paid attention and got more familiar with how table games worked. A year later, I became a full-time table games dealer, a lot more lucrative than a slot attendant. When table games opened up at Ocean Downs Casino, I visited Ocean City area. It only took a few day trips to realize it was a nice area and it would be a nice place to retire, and I was ready. I applied to work at a dealer in Ocean Downs, hired with the first wave of dealers when they opened. Fast forward to today, I am able to maintain a positive quality of life for over 10 years working in Maryland casinos. I have worked a lot of jobs in my lifetime, and I thought that this would be one which I could finally retire. I'm extremely concerned about the current standard of my living is now in jeopardy because of iGaming. I saw the in-person effects of the internet sports betting
had on foot traffic at the casinos. Lines of customers disappeared overnight. And as a dealer, 80 to 85% of my income is generated from tips given to me and my fellow dealers by customers. There has been a lot of discussion about online poker and iGaming. These are not additions and are not welcomed by dealers at all, and nor is this job creation. We make our money through our interaction with our players. A big part of our job is how we talk to our customers, share game knowledge, how we joke and laugh with our players. Like other tip employers, it's a connection that we make with our customers that lead to a more generous tips. Am I out of time?
You are, but can you wrap up? That's fine, you can wrap up.
I'm speaking on behalf of Maryland casino workers and our families, and we ask that you do not enter a favorable reading of House Bill 17. Thank you for your time. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brianne Dora-Schwal. I'm a national problem gambling expert and advocate, and I'm here representing the National Campaign for Fairer Gambling. We're an independent, data-driven advocacy group, and today we believe that you are discussing that should be debated at great length, whether or not to legalize some of the most addictive products on the most addictive device, your phone. 7 states have decided to pursue such legalization pursuits. And I'd like to recite now some of the national headlines about how it's going for them. A psychiatrist tried to quit gambling. Betting apps kept her hooked. Pennsylvania. Online gambling booms fuel addiction. Increase in Michigan. Recently, a notable problem gambling psychiatrist, Dr. Timothy Fong, compared online gambling products to the fast food of gambling. He noted these are highly processed gambling that's been sanitized and synthesized by a computer that hits exactly with the dopamine. You know, we heard a lot today about all of the good responsible gambling programs that these operators adopt. However, that stands in stark contrast to a report out of Connecticut, where 71% of all legal gambling revenue is coming from fewer than 7% of residents, 1.8% of them having a problem, and 4.9% of them being at risk. Another report analyzing New Jersey, often heralded as a gold standard iGaming market, found 2 worrisome things. First, there was a clear diversion of monies from other sectors, and that the state was incurring roughly $350 million in annual social costs. This came in the form of healthcare, welfare, homelessness, and criminal justice. Research is clear, and be rest assured this will happen in this state. If you increase a new form of gambling, you will increase the rates of harm. And research highlights that it just won't be one person that suffers. For every individual that suffers, 6 others are negatively impacted. We hope that you consider this with eyes wide open about what the state will incur if you legalize. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and the House and Ways Committee. My name is John Lacey, and I'm the father of a 34-year-old compulsive gambler. My son, Danny, he's a compulsive gambler. 4 years ago, he stopped drinking, and he's 4 years sober now. But unfortunately, 4 years ago is when Danny started gambling. Danny has mentioned to me that with gambling, there is no off switch. There's no way to turn it off. He has gone to GA. He has gone to therapy. But he said it's just a whole nother animal, and it's just an incredibly powerful addiction. So when he started gambling is when his life became unmanageable. He's tried to treat his gambling addiction, and he can stay away in person from casinos, but with internet gambling, there's always a casino in your pocket or within reach. Two weeks ago, my son decided to gamble his life savings. This was his bottom. He had no place to live and was considering taking his life. So as a result, I am against HB 17. Thank you, Madam, and the committee.
Any questions? Okay, thank you all for being here. Next, Ellen W. Carol Hinson, Michael Davis, Sean Malone, Caitlin McDonough, you just one, okay. Then Mark Stewart. Brooks Newman. Sean, you want to start? You want to start? Sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. On behalf of Penn Entertainment, my name is Sean Malone. We're testifying in opposition. We could have easily testified in support with amendment. In Penn National, or Penn Entertainment opened the first casino in Maryland and Cecil County. We employ over 300 individuals at that casino. We are concerned with the constraints of iGaming. We do participate in iGaming in other states. We would participate if licenses were given in Maryland. We are concerned, though, about the impact of opening it up beyond the 6 licensed casinos in Maryland, on the impacts on brick and mortar and impacts on the jobs that we create. We're members of these communities. We're vetted. We came into the state to work within the casino industry. Opening it up to entities outside of the current licensees we think is problematic. It's certainly problematic for the brick and mortars. In tethering these, as do all states that actually have iGaming, they tether to a brick and mortar casino. We're able to continue to invest in the facilities that we, in essence, are partners with, and certainly in our case, we're the minority partner with the state. Our tax rate is about 58% at Perryville. But we'll be able to continue to invest in our casinos, continue to attract customers to it. And for that, we're certainly willing to work with the committee. I appreciate the hard work, Madam Chair, of yourself and the members of this committee to get the bill to its current form, and we remain available to help you as you finalize it. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about HB 17 today. My name is Brooks Newman. I'm the president of Allstate Floors. We're a commercial flooring company in Maryland, and I'm speaking today to express opposition to HB 17. I understand that some argue there are potential economic benefits associated with the expansion of online gaming. I'm concerned about the negative impacts this expansion would have on local businesses and jobs, particularly for those who work in and work for brick and mortar gaming establishments. This represents thousands and thousands of jobs in our community. Our state's construction industry relies heavily on the patronage of these local businesses. These establishments contribute to our community's economic vitality by providing employment opportunities, fostering social interactions, and supporting various local suppliers, including our company. If iGaming is implemented, there will be reduced foot traffic to entertainment gaming establishments, which house not only casinos, but really incredible dining, sports, and entertainment venues. This decline in visits to these establishments will lead to economic reductions and job losses within our community and at our company. The ripple effect of losses would extend beyond the gaming industry, affecting businesses in the vicinity, including the thousands of businesses that support these establishments. It's likely these losses won't be supported and supplemented by the perceived benefits of iGaming. Researchers in New Jersey found that the cannibalism and costs of addressing the impacts of the gaming expansion could roughly equal the state's income from the expansion. iGaming expansions have broader consequences impacting the fabric of our community. We've seen this happen in jurisdictions where iGaming has been implemented. A Rutgers report has found that 31% of online gamblers gambled during work hours, and 25% reported gambling while at work 3 to 5 days per week. By authorizing this bill, it would create a disaster for Maryland businesses who have to deal with the loss of productivity and other issues from employees with an on-demand, anytime, anywhere gaming experience. I do believe that adults should have the freedom to participate in responsible gaming at the regulated entertainment facilities in the state, but this is a stark contrast to bringing a casino into every home, workplace, and God forbid, classrooms in the state. I urge you to consider these repercussions on HB 17 and oppose the bill.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, thank you. Thank you for your great patience today. Mark Stewart for the Cordish Companies and Live Casino. We were together on this topic last year, but much is new since then. There is a growing mountain of evidence against iGaming and its many harms. Multiple government and university studies, skyrocketing helpline calls in iGaming states, underage gambling increases, and more, which is detailed in our written testimony. I'll highlight 2 recent examples. At a forum held just last month at Harvard on the public health risks of iGaming, one expert said, quote, "Online gambling can be 10 times more harmful than other forms of traditional gambling," end quote. Also in January, Pennsylvania took action against 8 people for creating 98 separate iGaming accounts using other people's personal information, exposing the so-called safeguards against underage gambling and gambling by others as ineffective. The 2 purported benefits of iGaming do not justify these harms. First, the claimed tax revenue is a mirage. The real question is, what is the net tax impact? And after accounting for full cannibalization of casinos, significant job losses, reduced economic output, and increased social costs, much of which are not counted in the fiscal note, the reality is there's no material new tax revenue for the state. Second, and respectfully, we don't need iGaming to crack down on illegal online gambling. It's illegal right now under the Maryland Criminal Code, and the answer is enforcement. And we can bolster the Attorney General's tools to reach web browsers, payment processors, and others facilitating this illegal activity. And studies also show that legalizing iGaming does not stop the illegal market. In fact, many times it grows. A respected gaming writer observed that, quote, "iGaming is part of a vicious cycle of decline in Atlantic City," end quote. We don't want that for our employees or our state, and we respectfully urge no favorable report on House Bill 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Ellen W. I am the mother of a problem gambler. I urge you to oppose HB 17. While I am one mother testifying before you, I represent thousands of family members within the state of Maryland who will be devastatingly affected by what happens if HB 17 passes. Families' lives will be ruined by this easy access. While I know this sounds hyperbolic and exaggerated, actually, it's an understatement. Accessibility to gambling is the main key to having this addiction spiral out of control. It is silent, hidden, and misunderstood addiction until it hits your family. 20 years ago, my family life was a devastating wreck caused by my son's need to gamble. My smart, wonderful, bright, loving 23-year-old son was consumed by a compulsion to gamble. After trying multiple tools to stop the gambling, we took him back into our home. He had no job, no money, no desire to seek work, just an overwhelming need to gamble. Our lives were miserable, and he had all the comforts of home and internet access. He didn't need to drive to the casino. It was at his fingertips. While in the midst of the addiction, my son gave no thought to the care of his physical hygiene, mental well-being, finding a job, money lost, or any of his loved ones. This was true for my child and is true for most gamblers. Lying and manipulation were, were his go-to methods to keep us ignorant. What will that do to Oftentimes gamblers focus on the need to gamble and not the need to work. What will that do to a family's ability to pay their bills and society's need to fill jobs? As a result, some will become a burden to society rather than productive citizens. Maryland can and must do better than creating a gambling pandemic. Please reject HB 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name's Mike Davis. I'm the owner of McAfee Technology. I'm currently a subcontractor, and we do businesses in multiple Maryland casinos. I'm not going to bore you because you've heard over and over and over again in this testimony the negative effects of House Bill 17. I'm just going to read you my summary with a statement at the end. While House Bill 17 aims to expand the gaming industry, it could have unintended negative consequences for minority businesses, minority educational funding, consumer protection, and responsible gaming. Lawmakers should carefully consider the risk, implement necessary safeguards to ensure that this bill does not disproportionately harm small minority businesses, public education, funding, and vulnerable communities. Now, I wrote a whole statement, and I just don't want to read through it because you've heard the same comments over and over. But there's one statement that I want to make. I was here the last time, about a year ago, before this committee, and a question was asked before all of the casinos that were up here. What safeguards do you have in place to protect underage gamblers? Never once have we heard the answer. I think you raised the question today, and the lady at the end of the table just went all over the place. She didn't answer it. Has anyone on this committee heard an answer to how they are going to protect it other than digital certificates and all that other stuff? It's no way you can, because you don't see the people. I just heard somebody just say one account was 17 accounts. One underage guy had 17 accounts. There's no way. They have yet to answer the question, how do you protect underage gamblers? And that's a major concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a couple questions. First, I'd like to share this. Stay entertained 24/7 with Play Live Online Casino. Discover the hottest online games, interactive table games, and bigger jackpots. Play Live Casino, PA, no deposit bonus. Sign up today and get 25 free spins instantly upon sign up, and we'll match your first deposit by 125%, up to $625. And then I click the link to go to Play Live, and it's just numerous of pretty colored games that I could play. So if online gaming is so dangerous and detrimental, why does Live Casino operate Play Live in Pennsylvania? And why have you been here before saying that you're testifying against it, but if you pass it, we want to line up for a license as well? So it seems pretty hypocritical.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say actually that we've been consistent in every state we've been in. We've opposed iGaming in Maryland, we've opposed it in Louisiana, we've opposed it in Virginia, we opposed it in Pennsylvania. The state sanctioned the policy, and as such, we as a gaming company have engaged in iGaming in Pennsylvania. I think it's also important to note that an earlier commentator mentioned it, the law that legalized iGaming in Pennsylvania was passed before our licenses and before our casinos got open. So it's a very different dynamic, and frankly, what we have been saying here and what we don't think is hypocritical at all is that we stand to make a lot of money if iGaming is legalized. We're a market leader in this state. On the sports betting side, we're partnered with FanDuel. We have nearly 60% of the market. We will do very well, but we think Maryland won't do very well, and we know our employees won't do very well, and that's why we're opposed to it.
Okay, so then should we put in the legislation that all of the brick and mortars get a license except Live? maybe that should go in, since it's such a detriment to the state of Maryland. Perhaps that's what we should do. Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Mr. Stewart from Cordish, you had mentioned something, and you lost me. One person created 98 accounts. Now, how does that happen? And what was the point? Did this person just do it? Like, what was the reason for them doing it? Were they just doing it to show the fallacies in the system? How did they fund the accounts? And what's the advantage to having 98 accounts?
Well, they're good questions, and some of the reasons of why, I'm not sure exactly. We'd have to get to the people who did it. This happened in January. Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board took action against 8 people, it was, and they put them on the involuntary exclusion list in Pennsylvania. And what those 8 people had done was create 98 different accounts using other people's personal information. They created the accounts, and they accessed the accounts. And, I raised it for the point of it could happen in many different circumstances. I mean, someone on the exclusion list could, voluntary or involuntary, could be setting it up so that they could continue to gamble, even though they're on the list. Minors could be setting up accounts so that they have access to avoid, being done through the actual formal process of their own account. But there's many different reasons why this could happen, and people could just be committing fraud. The point that I wanted to make was that despite all the safeguards and protections that you hear about how these accounts will only be able to set up by the actual person and only be able to be accessed by the actual person, that's not what happened in this instance.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And then, as the chair said, you operate in Pennsylvania. Help me understand. So you have brick and mortar and iGaming there, correct?
That's right.
What came first?
The brick and mortar were approved, but we didn't. iGaming came before we opened our casinos. Yes. So we were approved for one of our licenses, but it got caught up in appeals. iGaming law gets passed. And then subsequent to that, we had a second license for outside of Pittsburgh, yes.
So I've asked 2 folks questions about job loss related to iGaming in Pennsylvania. 2 very different answers. Maybe the third one will be the charm. What has your experience been then if you actually own brick and mortar and also iGaming? What have you guys seen as far as employment in your brick and mortar?
Well, let me first point out one thing, which is a comparison between the iGaming and the brick and mortar. So with the brick and mortar, we invested about $900 million in 2 casinos, employing thousands of people to build those casinos. And then we employ approximately 3,000 people in full-time jobs between the 2 casinos in daily operations. On the iGaming side, to set up our iGaming business, we invested $500,000, and we employed 1 person who lived in New Jersey. So that's kind of the difference between what brick and mortar casino, in-person casino gaming can do for a state and what iGaming can do for a state. Now, both of our casinos, to your direct question, both of our casinos opened after iGaming launched. So we don't have a before and after snapshot at our casinos. But I can tell you, first of all, that the gentleman from Unite here who testified exactly to the statistics, in terms of the 3,000 plus lost jobs, if you're looking at the casinos that were open in Pennsylvania, both before and after iGaming, in 2019 compared to 2023. And I can tell you that there was a significant net overall loss of jobs despite those new casinos opening, and that we would have more employees in our facilities were it not for iGaming.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Thank you.
Delegate Vogel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your work on this bill and being willing to have this prolonged debate on this, but I think it's an important debate to have. Sir, I want to focus my questions on the testimony you had earlier around underage gamblers. So I had a bunch of students in my office about a month ago now, and we were talking about a number of issues, and one issue that came up was youth sports betting. And they all nodded their heads when I asked if kids in their school are sports betting. They're all high schoolers, right? So I first want to understand, how is that happening? How are they, because you all are in the sports betting business, correct? How is that happening right now? How are these kids accessing the sports betting portal?
You know, from what you read in literature and some of the exposés on these accounts that get undone, is that you really need, despite the best know your customer and different protocols, you're always at risk of it happening. You have essentially, you need little bits of pieces of information from different people, your uncle, you know, whatever, an address that's kind of right, this age, you know, different things like that you're able to get in.
Sorry, can I just be really specific as to how can a person under the age of 18, like what steps do they have to take, what forms do they fill out, what information do they need to put in to access the portal?
Well, you know, I have not myself personally set up a sports betting account, so I don't have all the different information that's in the application, but you're supposed to be verifying your age, your location, sources of income, and the like. In some states, now, in a nod to the chair, her bill is a great, one great aspect of it is that it bans credit cards. So that's, I want to recognize that. Many states, they do not ban credit cards. So if you get a parent's credit card, you can use that number to populate the information and you can bet on it. Now, that should get caught if somebody's checking their bills, but that happens. You've seen it where university students on athletic teams, college football players, using their mother's account, their aunt's account. They access it. I can't exactly tell you how or why it gets through the different protocols, but the fact of the matter is that it does. And if you really want to be sure that they're not doing it, then don't legalize it.
Got it. So my first point would be, I would encourage anyone that operates sports betting in the state to crack down on this, because it's obviously an issue that we're seeing amongst youth. And then I was in a casino. I was actually in a casino twice last week. Was in your casino Thursday for an event. And you know, talk to me about the requirements as you're getting in. There's ID checks. What are all those steps?
There are strict ID checks. Anyone who looks, depends on where you are, at least under 35. A lot of times people say if you look under 50, you need to be identified. There are specific monitored points of entry that you have to go through where we have trained security personnel who require identification. And we have scanners. You can have, it's not just the human being looking at the driver's license. You scan the ID and make sure that the person is of age, and then eyeball them to make sure that they're the actual person. And we have people on the floor on the lookout. All of our employees are trained, not just the security personnel, but all of them in protocols on what to do if someone who is suspected of underage gambling is identified. And I'll just say one other thing. When, you know, human error does happen, it has happened in states all across the country that an underage person gets on the floor. We have 24/7 security surveillance. They're keeping eyes on the floor at all time. The surveillance people radio the security people. They find the person, get them off the floor. We report ourselves to the Lottery Commission and, you know, pay a fine.
So last question. If this bill passes, what steps will you all be taking? What steps can you take to keep youth from accessing online gaming?
You know, if this bill passed, we'll have to carefully analyze whether we're going to participate in it. But assuming that we do, we would, you know, have to get the state of the art in terms of technology identification, in terms of, you know, we might impose additional requirements in terms of double verification or those types of things. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be a much greater risk of a minor accessing gaming than there will be in a physical casino.
Can I, sorry, just one last question on that. one way that I thought, and I know I've discussed it with folks at Maryland Live as well, is the idea that to start online gambling, to access these portals, that you first need to go into a brick and mortar facility to sign up. Is that something that you've seen before or an option that you've considered for the safety?
I think it's a great suggestion. It's something that has been proposed in other states. It's something that the online gambling industry usually opposes because they don't want that friction. They want the frictionless gambling, so they don't want people to have to come in and sign up. I would say you could bolster this bill to include required dual authentication. So I sign in, but I also get a text, and I have to respond to that text before I can get the access. You could require that to be re-upped every 30 minutes or something like that. There's any number of steps that could be imposed to make this even stronger, and I'd be happy to work with you on those afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for up here and taking your time. My full-time job, the nonprofit that I run, we work in the space of addiction recovery. We handle this question on a day-to-day basis. I hire employees that handle peer recovery and case management for individuals suffering. So my line of questioning kind of leans heavily into that space. And so I'd ask that one person please try to take the answers to these questions, but I don't really mind whoever wants to try to lean into this with me. In harm reduction, we talk a lot about illicit markets and the dangers with illicit markets. I am curious about your thoughts that you heard from the testimony earlier about the black market that exists in online gaming, which has numbers that are showing are going to exceed $1 trillion in illegal black market online gaming by 2028. Anyone's welcome to take that question.
Well, I'll respond that I think we've seen in the legalization of marijuana or other drugs that it has not stopped the black market. And we've seen with sports betting that the legalization of sports betting has not stopped the black market. The Campaign for Fair Gambling had a study that was out last year around the time of the Super Bowl, and it found that despite sports betting being legal in 38 states, more than 2 times the number of bets were placed illegally than were placed legally on the Super Bowl. UMass also has a study out that talks about how the online gambling market does not shrink, or it's certainly not shrinking at rates that were anticipated in the states who have legalized. And what I would suggest, and I have some experience as a former Deputy Attorney General in Pennsylvania, is that there are tools that can be crafted to go after the web browser hosts of these sites, the payment processors. There's federal legislation that already focuses on the payment processors. It's called the Unlawful Internet Gambling Expansion Act. You could go after the marketing companies as well that are promoting these websites. There's enforcement that can be done. It doesn't all have to be criminal. It can be civil. Transactions can be blocked. Websites can be pulled down. The answer we would submit respectfully is enforcement as opposed to just competing for the market.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite seeing the successful enforcement component. And I believe, as Madam Chair has already mentioned, the Attorney General's weighed in pretty heavily on this, that they have pulled as many tools as they can from the toolbox to try to enforce. But there was a question about how do we protect young children. And I guess my anxiety is, and I wonder if the panel, understands this anxiety, when you do not bring into the fold something that already exists in society, and you then leave it to the black market to self-regulate itself, you end up with the exact scenario that I believe the gentleman on the end commented on, which is young kids can easily access a black market online game system with 0 regulations, 0 support systems, 0 people looking out for the social well-being or health of that individual that's gambling. They can lose millions. Collectively, sorry, I shouldn't be overly hyperbolic here. They can lose a lot of money
and on top of that, create another generation of addiction for those young people simply because we are choosing to do nothing. We are just going to let the black market live. Does that make sense that why folks that are proponents for this are looking at this from a support individuals in harm reduction, trying to bring this issue to the light in order to help collapse the illicit and illegal versions that already exist and are pervasive? I believe the comment from one of the testifiers at the beginning was $8 billion in Maryland alone. And we have no idea what age those people are. We don't know if those are made up of teenagers or adults. We have no idea. Please.
I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
I will tell you that two different things. You're looking at two different things. You can do what you can do to protect as much as you can protect. And if a gambler wants to gamble, whether that gambler is 13 years old, 30 years old, or 90 years old, they will find a way to gamble. If you're going to make it easy for them, well, you know.
And I guess part of that is that on the black market, as people know, you can use various ways to pay to go gamble, not just cash. There is no like FDIC or protected financial piece to a black market gambler. So the problem is when you are scammed, and the data on scamming is ginormous in the black market, when you are scammed, there is no possible way or avenue for you to go back and actually recollect your losses. So doesn't it make just slightly more sense to bring something like this online so that we can offer people, and especially put in safeguards to protect so young people can't, then do that gambling? I'm genuinely asking the question from a genuine perspective of trying to reduce the harm and danger to our most vulnerable populations that are subject to.
What's going to make them go to the legal site compared to the not legal site? What's going to build that firewall down the middle?
It gives them, if they're determined to online gamble, they're going to do it right now, today, on the black market, no matter what.
So a legal one comes up, so they've been used to the illegal one.
Right.
That's
it's the normalization of the activity that I think is at issue, and people are less likely to engage in illegal conduct than legal conduct.
Okay.
You're just spreading it out.
It's easier.
All right.
It's easier. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Since it's so normalized, what does Live do in Pennsylvania to protect people, since it's so normal and people, get on it so easily? What is Live doing in Pennsylvania to, because I don't think you answered the question, to protect minors, to protect vulnerable people who shouldn't be playing? What are you guys doing in Pennsylvania on your online platform?
We employ all the best practices that the industry has developed.
Such as X, Y, and Z. What's the best practice?
Oh, there's know your customer requirements to establish an account. You have to provide proof of verification. You have to do.
So someone sat up here earlier and said that you can't know your customer when they're online. So are you saying you can know your customer when they're online?
I'm saying we follow the procedures that are laid out to try and ensure that access is limited to those whom you think you're having an account with, as opposed to others. What I have also said is that the evidence has indicated that those measures are not foolproof. And there's certainly greater risk online, as has been documented by the instances of
So do you know your
people engaging
customer
in that.
online, or do you not know your customer online?
I don't think you know them as well as you do when they're in person.
I don't think you're answering my question, but okay. Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to Delegate Fair's point, and so when we legalized sports betting, how long ago was that? I wasn't here. Was it 20? So it's been around almost 5 years now. So did we eradicate the illegal market? Because as to Delegate Vogel's point, where the high schoolers were sitting in his office and being able to get online, presumably with the FanDuel and DraftKings having X% of the market, very high percent of the market, presumably those are very legal, very good sites with all the checks and balances for age requirements. How is that still happening then? Because if we're regulating it, shouldn't those illegal markets be not here?
You've made the point, Delegate, yes. You're
Okay,
right.
I'm just curious.
The
And then
notion was that they wouldn't be.
And Mr. Kors, you might know some of this. Do you know if any of, like either FanDuel or any of the ones have been specifically fined for like targeting underage for marketing, anything like that? I don't know if any of you know that. I forgot to ask the question earlier of the other people.
I would have to go back into the records of the Maryland Lottery Commission.
That's okay, I can ask them, thank you. Yeah, so, I mean, that's just my concern, is we're regulating we're regulating sports betting now, but we still have very large issues with underage, with illicit market and things like that. So until we know going forward, anyway, that was just my question, thank you.
Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Stewart. I want to make sure I heard you correctly when you said in Pennsylvania you have a brick and mortar where you hired thousands of people within that state, but when you did the iGaming, you invested like $500,000 and it was from New Jersey. Is that right?
We invested $500,000 in the servers and equipment, and we hired one individual. That individual resided in New Jersey, so it wasn't even a Pennsylvania job that was created in relation to that operation.
So what is the difficulty in hiring within the state? Because I'm also a small business owner, and, well, of course you're not, but if I want to retain the people within the state, I'll do everything I can to make sure I hire within the state. So what you just described, is that customary in this field? Because I think if I recall today, you're the only company that has brick and mortar and iGaming, and my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm really intrigued by the choice to leave the state. I mean, is that something customary in this field, or that's something that your individual company decided to do?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Well, I'm not following.
The state part.
Well, the fear of today has been all our Marylanders are going to lose jobs. So that's my focus.
Okay.
And the way you said that statement, if you don't ask the questions, I'm thinking, okay, well, with iGaming, someone's going to lose their job in Maryland.
Right.
And I'm asking you, because I don't know the business, why is that? Why can't you just think about hiring in the state? Is that something that is like traditional in the field, or that's just a particular business decision that you are making, well, as the business making?
We hire in the state. We predominantly hire in the state. The vast majority, over 80% of our employees at our brick and mortar casinos are in-state local employees. What I was talking about was the iGaming operation in Pennsylvania. So that iGaming operation, when it was set up, we only needed one employee. And we could have picked someone in Pennsylvania, but we hired someone in New Jersey. And many of the iGaming generally needs very little jobs. The whole notion of it is let's eliminate investment, let's minimize employment, and maximize profit. So that's the issue. And what causes the loss of jobs is the tremendous loss of foot traffic. Maryland had online sports, or it had retail sports before online started for almost a whole year. And after online sports started in Maryland, statewide, the Maryland casinos lost about 7,000 visitors a day. That lack of that visitation drop means that you need less people there to service those customers who are no longer coming. And it's the same type of thing that happens from the cannibalization of the brick and mortar casinos with iGaming. The innovation report from last year said 10% would be cannibalized. Companies like Deutsche Bank have said it's not even a debate that there'll be cannibalization. There absolutely will be, and that the number is much higher than 10%. If you consider it could be as high as 23%. So that's going to drive lost jobs.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for the confusion I caused.
Okay, no more questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 more people signed up in person, and then we have a handful of virtual people. So I'll switch to them after these 2 folks. Tracy Lingo and Brian Weinman.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Atterbury and Vice Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Tracy Lingo. I'm the president of Unite Here Local 7. We represent the workers of the Horseshoe Casino and also at Ocean Downs. And Unite Here is also the largest gaming union in the United States. I had a prepared testimony, but it's been a long day, and you guys have heard a lot from people. So I'll let you read the testimony, which is also submitted in writing. But I do want to follow up on a little bit of what just came before me. To be very clear, our opposition to iGaming is that iGaming increases revenue for gambling companies, but does not increase employment for jobs. My union represents workers, primarily hospitality workers. I want to be really clear, there's been a lot of talk about dealers and dealer studios and ways for dealers to organize, and that's great that dealers are going to get to organize. I want to be really clear, in the casinos that we represent, the dealers are less than half of the jobs in the casino, and most of those jobs in the casino depend on foot traffic. And to Delegate Roberts' point before, I suppose there might be a way to sort of create tipping for dealers on an app, but you're not going to get tipping for the bartenders, for the cocktail servers, for the slot attendants. I also want to go back to the testimony that Mike Hashi gave earlier, that 70% in these other states, 70% of online gaming is slots, not table games, right? And that's where the testimony before me was, for slots, there's really no job creation for slots. There's some job creation for online dealing. There's no job creation for online slots. I also just want to point out that many of our members, I am, in addition to being the president of the local union, I'm also a Baltimore City public school parent. I have 2 elementary school children. Many of our members have public school children, and we're extremely committed to funding the blueprint, but we can't do that by destroying parents' jobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Brian Wyman. I'm Executive Vice President of the Innovation Group, a nonpartisan research and economic firm in the gaming and hospitality industry. I appeared before you last year on this very issue, as our company was the company that developed the report for the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Commission, the same report on which the fiscal note to this bill is based. We were engaged to refresh our iGaming analysis with data through 2024 and to consider financial and social issues beyond the scope of our original work for the lottery. I'll share some of these results today. First, we project that iGaming will cannibalize revenue at the state's 6 casinos by approximately 16%, which is in excess of the 10% that we had projected using data through 2022, which we did in our Maryland Lottery and Gaming report. This is a substantial increase. We expect cannibalization rates to continue to grow. Second, reduction in casino visitation will cause direct and downstream effects on the state's economy, including the loss of up to 1,600 jobs, up to $121 million in lost labor income annually, including benefits, as much as $412 million in lost GDP, and as much as $564 million in total lost economic output. All of this means that each year Maryland will lose as much as $144 million in casino gaming taxes and $98 million in non-gaming taxes, including reduced payroll, sales tax, hotel tax, and others due to the implementation of iGaming, for a total of $240 million in lost Maryland tax revenue. Additionally, our updated analysis includes a review of recent research showing increases in problem gambling and social costs tied to online gambling. Extrapolating figures from elsewhere in the world, this could be $100 million or more in direct social costs and 4 to 5 times that in lost productivity. I'm here today only to share the fuller picture that balanced against the iGaming tax gains, Maryland will lose up to $240 million in existing tax base, nearly 1,600 jobs, $500 million in total economic output, and it could bear a potential 9-figure direct cost of treatment and prevention of problem gambling.
Delegate Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, so your group did the initial study that was used and kind of accepted that there'd be a 10% job loss?
10% reduction in land-based casino revenue. That's correct.
And now you're saying a year later, you're modifying that to say that your initial impact is, your thoughts are at 16%.
Correct. So when we did the report for Maryland Lottery, most of that work was conducted in mid to late 2023 using data through 2022. And so the updated figures reflect data through 2024 full year.
So has the lottery asked you to update that, or?
They have not.
So what prompted the
update? We were engaged by a third party to conduct an expansion and update of that analysis.
But used all the same parameters, is identical extrapolation for 1 year, took the same data, just updated data?
Correct.
Nothing different? Well, other than the years changing.
Correct.
You didn't add anything or subtract anything. It's an apples-to-apples study with just new information.
Some states publish different data today than they published 2 years ago, so I don't want to say nothing changed, but in effect, nothing changed, correct.
Okay. And it shows from 10% in 1 year, it's grown to 16%, and you're feeling that that trajectory is going to continue?
Correct. And if you take a look at 2019, which is pre-pandemic, versus 2024, those are the time periods that we used. And it's important to use 2019 in our view, because most of the online gaming growth that has occurred in this country occurred during the pandemic, during shutdowns. So looking at last year versus this year, for example, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because most of the markets have had online gaming if they authorized it at all. But in any event, you look at 2019 versus 2024, and we're looking at like a net 4% loss in states that have iGaming in their brick and mortar casino revenue versus 12% growth in states that don't have iGaming. And so when you look at it, and I think I empathize with some of the earlier commenters who've said, well, take a look at the data. You don't see this massive decline in casino revenue. But the problem is what you don't see is the growth in casino revenue that we would expect to see over a 5-year time frame, like we saw everywhere else in the country. And I think that's really the genesis of the 16%.
So the 4 and the 12 is the
16.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Thank you for the question.
Delegate Ebersol.
I think I missed it. Who engaged you to do this study, please?
The client's the National Association Against iGaming.
I see. So I think Lottery and Gaming did a similar study, didn't they?
We were engaged in 2023 by Maryland Lottery and Gaming, and conducted that study on their behalf, and I presented those results here to this committee a year ago.
But these are updated ones.
These are
not
updated
asked for
ones.
by them.
I'm sorry?
These are updated ones that they didn't request.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the testimony. I just want to drill back to a set of questions that I was asking earlier. Does your study contemplate the impact that the current model system that we have, if we were to see a complete collapse of other local institutions, OTBs, bingo halls, et cetera, that exist throughout the region? Does your study at all contemplate what happens economically, fiscally, if we lose all of those?
If we lose all of the bingo halls?
Yeah, if we lost all of our OTBs that exist throughout the state, as they were testifying earlier, I'm sure if you've been here all day, like we have, you heard the testimony at the beginning that the OTBs are struggling for viability at this point, and they need new resources in order to survive. Otherwise, they're going to shut down across the state. Does your study at all evaluate the potential economic loss to the state should we lose everything except the big 6 casinos?
No, the study contemplates the reduction in overall revenue in casinos, and then in smaller places like bingo halls, or in some states, there's distributed gaming and so on.
But in no way does it look at what the potential loss could be if we did nothing.
Yeah, we don't talk about any kind of criticality where if it drops below a certain rate, then we lose all those jobs. You know, less whatever the casinos would gain by picking up some of those pieces.
But we have no idea what the economic decline or challenge would be that the state would face if all of those OTBs were to close throughout regionally.
Correct.
We would have no idea. What
Or I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? So the bingo halls were here today asking, they wanted licenses to participate in iGaming. So it was the National Association Against iGaming paid you to do this study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for being here. We have, I'll call out the online folks and see who's with us. Deborah Haskins. Okay, Deborah, and if anybody has questions, we'll just do it right after they testify.
And your input is.
Ms. Haskins? Ms. Haskins, are you ready to testify? Okay, we'll circle back to her. How about Sarah Price? Is she there? Sarah Price?
My apologies, Madam Chair. The audio did not connect when you said.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance to share concerns about the implementation of iGaming in Maryland. So thank you for the opportunity to emphasize concerns specifically around the cannibalization and the impact that that could have on local economies in Maryland. I would like to remind the committee that over 10 of Maryland's Main Street communities are located within 20 miles of brick and mortar casinos in Maryland, and 10 more Main Streets are located along the highway routes between Central Maryland and our casinos in Western Maryland and on the Eastern Shore. Each of these local economic communities benefit from and are dependent on the driving force of these brick and mortar casinos as an entertainment epicenter. And so any downturn in those brick and mortar casino operations could have a negative impact on those communities. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so with that, I would just respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Price? Okay, thank you. Shannon McCracken? Austin Freeman? Okay, Mr. Freeman, for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Austin Freeman from Montgomery County. I'm testifying in opposition of House Bill 17. My son is a soon-to-be 27-year-old compulsive gambler. Starting in high school through college, I sat back powerlessly and watched my son's gambling nearly destroy himself and our family. I'm proud to report he's been absent from gambling for almost 4 years, and he runs his own young adult GA-sponsored meeting, which has exploded. an age demographic torn apart by the gaming industry in dire need of help. His recovery is the exception. The majority end up ruining their lives permanently. I challenge members of the committee to check in on high school and colleges campus local across the country. Online gambling is rampant, and that's an understatement. I testified the last time this bill came out, and I'm stunned that this would come up for a vote again. I would encourage the members of this committee to do some serious self-reflection on improving a bill that will unequivocally destroy lives. Gambling addiction is the most misunderstood addiction. It's no different from substance addiction. If anyone wants to question that theory, I can provide firsthand terrifying examples of my son in the unrelenting grips of this addiction. I have hundreds of stories of others who lost everything, jobs, money, their life. Passing bills such as this one is catastrophic, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm sure many of you watched the Super Bowl yesterday. Every other ad with one celebrity after the other. Bet $5 for another 200 in free bets. Betting game on an XT or a first down. The QR code's on the screen. It's grotesque. And we sit here today where casino companies, the ESPNs, the FanDuels, the Fanatics of the world claim they are, quote, monitoring for the problem gambler and have safeguards in place. If anyone here believes that, you need to think again. It's a lie, and it's plain and simple. They're going to do the same thing to hook players. Addicts, by definition, can't stop. Online promotional algorithms and ads target these people. But I'm sorry, the 800 phone number in microscopic writing it for 2 seconds on the screen doesn't quite do the trick. The gaming industry generates millions from state revenue. This is no different than handing out drugs to drug addicts. It's authorizing an iPhone to be a gambler's 24/7 personal consumer. In closing, the committee, I can 100% guarantee that if this bill passes, each of you will unfortunately be impacted. Either your child, spouse, relative, loved one, best friend will be hooked. And it won't, if you don't know one already, you will, and probably multiple. So instead of passing legislation to increase, focus should be on prevention, from reversing harmful bills that already passed and implement safeguards to accessing. It's urgent that we intervene now, especially with the still developing brains of our youth
Thank
before
you.
it's too late.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Freeman?
Any comments?
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Last, we have Amy Mylar. Or if, she looked like she was there but had stepped away. Deborah Haskins, if she's still there. Okay, for 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, if you have,
Deborah Haskins was here.
if you have us playing in the background, like you're listening to it, can you turn that off? Like, are you
Okay,
watching
I
the
don't have
live
anything.
stream? 2 minutes.
No. So should I go now,
Oh.
Dr. Haskins?
Oh, thank you. Deborah, Ms. Haskins, can you wait one
Yes.
moment? We have someone else about to testify, so if you can mute yourself, and then you'll be
Okay.
next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Ms. Mylar. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. On behalf of the members of UFCW Local 1994 McGeo, I'm here today to express our strong opposition to this legislation. While we absolutely recognize the need for innovative solutions to generate state revenue, we believe the approval of iGaming would come at a significant cost to our communities, particularly the working families we represent. Our concerns about iGaming are multifaceted and deeply rooted in our mission to protect and uplift workers. First and foremost, iGaming poses a serious threat to the economic stability of Maryland's brick and mortar gaming establishments, which employ thousands of unionized workers. The introduction of internet-based gaming platforms would siphon, as we've heard, revenue away from these facilities, leading to job losses, reduced hours, and diminished benefits for hardworking Marylanders who rely on these positions to support their families. Moreover, iGaming creates a heightened risk, again, as we heard today, of gambling addiction and financial hardship for vulnerable populations. The ease of access associated with online gambling platforms disproportionately impacts individuals with limited resources, exacerbating economic inequalities in our state. Maryland has already demonstrated a commitment to responsible gaming practices through its regulation of existing gambling institutions, but safeguards are far more challenging to enforce in the virtual environment of iGaming. We also urge you to consider the broader social implications of iGaming. Local gaming establishments contribute to Maryland economies not only by creating jobs, but also by supporting local businesses. And we've heard about the downstream, implications and support. So we urge an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. And finally, Ms. Haskins.
Hi, I'm trying to, okay, here we go.
There you are. Yep, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
please.
All right, there I am. All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Ways and Means Committee members. I'm Dr. Deborah G. Haskins, and I'm testifying against HB 17. As a recognized leader and expert in disordered and problem gambling with a specialization in cultural communities and providing gambling disorders treatment since 1993, including serving as President Emerita of the Maryland Council on Problem Gambling, a 501c3 nonprofit in Maryland, I'm speaking for the many voiceless persons caught up in risky gambling and their affected others who are so psychologically and financially overwhelmed that they cannot speak about the devastation from their gambling addiction. While research documents that 85% of the general population gambled at some point in their lives and that 1 to 3% of the general public become addicted to gambling, the research reports are inaccurate. Why? Because people who are caught up in addiction are not accessing clinical treatment, which comprises research data. In my 30 years of problem gambling, advocacy, and treatment, I can attest to devastation affecting communities, youth, adults who access technology around the clock, older adults with no money to pay for their medications or housing, and others looking for fast money, and communities already challenged with health disparities and experiences of marginalization. These are consistent patterns in the state, the United States, and around the globe. iGaming expansion moves the boundaries of accessibility and availability. When people lose money gambling and gaming, they chase their losses, and iGaming results in 24-hour chasing. Financial and emotional distress also results in higher suicidality and more family pain. Lost incomes, lost lives will generate unrecoverable losses to Maryland. Finally, this bill may appear as a solution to state financial challenges. In the same way persons view gambling as a solution to their problems, Maryland will model what we reinforce in our public awareness efforts. Gambling is not a solution to resolving financial challenges. Please vote unfavorable to HB 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Haskins? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes the hearing on House Bill 17. Thank you, committee. That was a long hearing. Appreciate it, and thank you to everyone that came out and testified. That was a long day. Thank you.